Welcome back to Warframe Wednesdays. I'm your intrepid 10 host, Fraggoth, and it's been a while. My volume is all kinds of screwed up.
Hunter, you exceed expectations.
That's
You are
better.
far more exciting and complex than any specimen in my sanctuary.
Hush, he really does go on, doesn't he? Okay. So yeah, the Abyss of Dagath update dropped.
The syndicates need your help. In a rare showing of solidarity, they sent a covert
That's
team
right,
to
I went
raid
with
a
the
Grineer ship adrift inside the Abyssal Zone. The ship is rumored to
sentient
be carrying
Lotus.
Orokin Defixios, curse tablets, that were plundered from an archaeological dig site known as Villa Irelia. The syndicate's team is unable to complete their mission and needs your help to get the Defixios. Abyssal beacons are available from the syndicates. Which syndicate you support is entirely your choice.
So, if you remember Void Keys, they're not really back.
Messages in your inbox, operator.
Yeah.
They are not as encrypted as they should
So,
be.
among other things, um, Hydroid got his big honkin' rework, and it has been a mighty change indeed.
I was wrong about you. Anything
Sure.
you need, Tenno.
What I'll do is I will get the map. Let me make sure Grendel dropped. I think he's dropped now, as of the patch. Let me double check that before I go hog. Whole hog? Ham? Go ham. Yes, okay, Grendel Prime is here. Very good. So I can, in fact, do that.
Alright, but you owe us.
It was what? Grendel, Masseter Prime, and Xylock Prime. So I'm looking for any of those. No. Yep. No. No. Negatory. Nothing. Nada. And it's the same as the other one. Hey, Dunn, thanks for tuning in. If I seem slightly low energy, it's because the current meteorological shift has made my sinuses do things that they should not do, which is turn into IEDs waiting to explode. This is unpleasant. No, nothing there. Well, it's not our best pull. Oh, well, that's good. We need that. And that's good. That's new stuff, and the other two are not. That's fine. Oh, there we go. Excellent. Ask and thou shalt receive. That actually gets us a bunch of stuff ready. So Abyssal Beacons, we need to use these in order to go to this new extermination node on Ceres. Keres? Ceres. And we need to go there to pick up new resource that is all literally only used for Dagath and a few cosmetics, I think. And possibly the dojo room, which I need to build. Let me get that building. I meant to do that first. Alright, so I can grab two of those off rip, which is nice. I'm going to go and do the same here.
You may punish our enemies. Our enemies
It doesn't actually, as far as I know, according to their website, it doesn't actually matter which, let's see if we got anything in these. No. I don't think I've gotten any Xylock Prime things yet. I'll take Masseter and Grendel Prime containing objects. There we go. Xyloc Prime Beep. BP. Good. I'm always glad when I get the main BP because that makes it much easier for me to keep track of what parts I need to get. Not knowing that I've got, you know, that I've actually got the remaining necessaries is kind of a nuisance. And nothing in that one. That's okay. Oh, do I have to
These may help the
really? Is it really only on... Oh, no, it's just because I have two of them. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
flow.
We're
Very
okay.
well.
Everything's good. I'll buy one
I
off
hope
you.
these interest you.
That way I have 4, which is good to start. Unfortunately, what this ultimately does is limits the number of them that you can get in any given day, which is lame. Massively lame. Me being both a founder and a legendary 3 now. Leg 3, yeah. Means I have the highest amount of syndicate standing I think that's possible to get. I'd have to check profile to see. Yeah, no, I can't make up 50. I don't think anybody can be leg 4 yet, which is for the best one, supposes. I still have a bunch of mastery I have yet to acquire, mostly through Steel Path stuff, and then there's a few things I haven't constructed as yet. Not
This
many.
reminds the operator to take time for themselves. Pressure creates diamonds, yes, but it also creates rubble.
Ordis, when I want your opinion, your cage will be thoroughly rattled. Let me grab this forma here that I knew I had. Oh, I'm out of them. No! Whatever, I have a bunch. There's been a bit of grinding in the background. Okay, so we go to the doho. We go to the doho, and we now have to find a place to put the Dagath room. Fingers crossed that we don't need the new resources to do that. All right, so I need to open up that so I can keep an eye on. Where can I do it? I might have to take the elevator and see what's upstairs or downstairs, as the case may be. I don't have a good mental layout of this place because we haven't gotten a new room I've had to fiddle with in forever. What are you? The vent kids room. Great. And what are you? I don't even know what the Crimson Branch is. What is the Crimson Branch? A room we probably used for one thing once 6 years ago? Who knows? I don't. Is there anything in the Vent Kids room that I actually need anymore? Probably not. That was a one and done room that we never needed to ever again. Thank God. Okay, I'm actually missing some of these. Big shock. I'm not really sure I want to start research on that, to be perfectly honest. I don't actually care. Fortunately, it's all resources that I've got in not only abundance, but extreme abundance, so we'll contribute to the research there. I ignored it because I don't care. It's fine. I should just hit the contribute all button, but I don't pay attention to things when I do stuff, so... We're a small clan, so it is not that big a deal. So I have to find where the elevator is. There it is. Okay. I don't think the door... Let me check, actually, to see if I can build something on the other side of this. So if I can do that... Yes, I called my railjack vessel the Murphy Factor, because it is a good ship name. And I said so. Node available. Okay, good. So, what I want to do here is I want to build a T hallway if I can, which gives me room to do things. Now, I may not be able to because I, again, don't have the mental layout of this place all that well set. Extended straight hallway cross connector. There we go. Very good. It's going to be another. Of course, it's going to take one of my precious forma. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it? Now I have to donate to make it happen. Everything but the forma I don't mind parting with, but the forma I definitely mind. All right, let's see if we can put one on this other door over here. I know I'm like one of the only people in here that's actually active, so can I put that in? No two available, good. Energy is actually kind of problematic, shockingly. Which is not good. I'm going to do a straight hallway, and then I'll do a T at the end of it when the time comes. I hate burning through formal like this, but I do it for my own stuff anyway. Let me double check upstairs to see if there's a room already ready. Fast travel. I don't actually know where anything is. But this is about as basic a dojo as you can get. It's all utility, no flair. For good reason. The person who made it was like their 4th or 5th one. I'm not even going to talk about how many dojos I've contributed to. It's actually kind of a matter of some embarrassment for me. Because, you see, Frag is cursed. Cursed, you say? Impossible. This is the longest I've been with a clan dojo, but it is the same evolutionary path as all the rest I've been part of. They all fall apart. It's not because of me, probably. I hope, maybe. Maybe it is. There's not enough space. Okay, of course there isn't. What are you? Oh. Wait, did we build 2 of those? Shit. I need to get rid of one then. That's embarrassing. Oops. Oops, he says. Can I, destroy the room? Yes, good. Glorious. I still have to check upstairs so I can build the new room. I don't even remember the name of the new room. No, do I especially care. I think upstairs was mostly being used as a energy farm, or a factory for keeping energy in this thing. I don't actually remember. It has been a long time since I actually had to walk around in my dojo. Most of what I've done has been trades. Yeah, I think these are all energy reactors. Yeah, these are all energy reactors. That's cool. Can I put them here? Geez, I wish they had better sorting for these. There is not enough room for an energy reactor. Of course there isn't. Okay, so there's room for a couple of the labs, but we already have those. We are looking for... we still haven't built one of these. I don't think we need to. I don't think there's anything researchable there. Same with Kuva Asteroid. What is it called?
Oh.
Dagath's Hollow. Of course there isn't room. How big is it? There is not enough room to fit this room. Of course there bloody isn't. It would be too bloody easy. Frack. Let me see if I can fit it on one of the other sides. The other problem is absolutely no one ever is going to look up here. So I may have to do it down below and just grin and bear it. I'm going to build another energy room so we have greater than 20 energy. Look at how much those produce offhand. I produce a bunch, but we'll just do it. That way we're way ahead of the game. I don't need to. I'm doing it anyway. I'm burning my own precious materials to make it so. I grumble about this. Okay. Can I put the Dagath thing here? Yeah, I can. Thing is, I don't really want to, because this is prime expansion real estate. Can't put it there, because it's either too deep or too something. I don't know. The way some of these things work is weird. The interface for upgrading your dojo is about as awful as you can imagine. It's worse. It's not very helpful. You kind of need to use dojo planners at this point, and I don't know how updated those are at this stage. I don't really care. That's right. These provide mastery. Usually anything with a utility provides mastery, so that's another good way you can sort mentally. Oh, apparently we don't have an obstacle course built yet. That's good. We'll have to do that at some point. I thought we had. Obviously, we did not. Okay. So apparently I can fit that. I really don't want to because that limits a lot of options going forward. I am going to... Where's the... seat on the first floor? Did this go back down? I guess it did. That's another one is I don't really know. I think capacity is affected, if memory serves, by the size of your dojo, and I think we're a I don't think we were a moon, but I don't remember now. We kept it small to keep costs under control, and I think we wound up expanding it for some reason, but this is so many years ago I don't remember. Jeez. We'll have to get to that at some point. But I really want to. isn't it? No, it is not. What is it? Is it just a clan hole or an inspiration hole? Must be an inspiration hole. No, no. What is it? What are these long ones called? It's not you. It's not you. What is so going? It's obviously not a T-shaped connector. I dislike that I'm having to make this decision on my own, because theoretically, the actual owner could probably show up and be like, what were you thinking? And I'll be like, well, we had to make some expansions. Not because of new members, because nobody's sending out the invites, except for me, occasionally. And then I see people for a week, and then they're gone. Life. That's life. It's none of these. No, it's none of you. It's not a lab. Is it just the starting structure, and I'm just dumb? Maybe it is. Frazzle, rap. I don't think it's one of these. I'd recognize it if it were. I'd recognize it, yeah. I'll have to come back in 2 hours and check if that one that I'm dismantling I can put the Dagath room on. If I can put the Dagath room there, all my problems are basically dealt with. Okay, let's get out of here. So we can't actually build the new frame until we get that built. And I probably should have checked to see what resources it required. Sorry, we're not leaving the dojo just yet. What I wanted to do was, like, every other time I did anything, I would read from the quality of life patch notes. But that is not how this is working out, because I get sidetracked. That's what we do here. I also don't have any music playing in the background. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. This is the wrong way? No, it's the right way. We're good. There are ways you can fast forward certain things, so I'm not going to do them. Generally, I'm not. I don't approve of spending platinum to speed things up, but I'm not going to tell people not to do it. You should be able to build it here. Dagath's hollow, what do you require? Nothing special. Cryotic, who cares? Forma is a bit of a nuisance. Okay, so hopefully we've done... Oh, no. Wrong button. Fast travel. There we go. Dash lab. There we go. Okay. So we're still researching there. That is not the one being shut down. Excellent, glorious. Everybody clap your hands and say yay. You don't have to. I'm not going to tell you to do it. It'll be over here. It is not going to be enough room. Feth. I'm going to have to wait until 12 hours from now, at which point I will have forgotten to do it entirely, which is about right. There's just no way that it's going to fit there. Oh, well. Okay. That's fine. We'll see if we can fit it on any of these others. I shouldn't have gone with the T cross-shaped one, because nothing's going to be able to fit on the sides there. Whatever. Okay. I'll deal with that in 12 hours. Cool. Click. So, you get to hear me read to you for a bit. I am going to skip new stuff for now, and I'm just going to go straight to QOL, quality of life. We'll do an overview of the of Dagath, the new frame, and the Doorclave, the new melee weapon. I don't remember what kind of weapon the Doorclave is. What is it? Doorclave, Doorclave, door, 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 door. Where are you? I'll just look under here. Yeah, it's one of the whip sword things. Oh, I can buy the blue. No, I have to get it in the Doho room. Anyway, I forget what they
When
call
in
those.
Cetus,
What they
do
call
not
those.
drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort required to unstick your tongue from the roof of your mouth the following morning.
So they did add new lines to Ordis. I suppose that's good. If you're a serial killer. Free Read Friday on a Wednesday? I know, right? More like Patch Notes Wednesday. It's a lot. It is many, 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 many pages. I am skipping all the newly added stuff. I'm going straight to what they've tweaked. Oh, there's a new color palette. I don't mind buying that on stream. I don't give a damn. That's what. I'll wait. Okay, system changes in general quality of life. Can I highlight this and find out how many? I don't know. So it's been a lot of changes. This is probably one of the biggest QOL update, probably the biggest, hands down, quality of life tweak we've had for Warframe in some time, if ever. So the big one, right at the jump, is Warframe shield changes. And this is also going to encompass, we'll start with the Warframe shield changes, although it kind of relies on the next big stat overhaul they did. I'm hoping they get around to a new damage types overhaul, because I have not been pleased with what we've got since it happened with damage, whatever it's on, 2.5, 2.0, 3.0. I don't know what we're on now. I'm not overly thrilled with the state of them. Like, half the damage types are great, and then the other half are just like, why would you ever consciously use this? What possible reason would you have? Oh, well, the enemy's weak to it. Well, first of all, barely any enemies that are worth mentioning are weak to gas. I'm sorry. Basically, it's infested, and infested you kill by looking at them. They're so friggin' fragile. Yeah, they punch you in the face and it hurts, and you shouldn't let them do that, but they're all like melee, so who cares? But otherwise, gas damage doesn't suck that bad. Blast damage, on the other hand, is just like, it's a dead damage type, and it might as well not be used, which is sad. It was better back when it knocked things to the floor. More on that later. So let's read their text for Warframe shield changes, and this is a big one because this includes shield gating, which was being abused by basically reducing any frame that had any amount of shields at all. You would take what's the piece of equipment called? It was the Dragon Key that reduces shields. Dragon. Was it Decaying? Yes, it was the Decaying Dragon Key. Basically, you'd have as few shields as possible, so you wouldn't modify your shields at all using redirection or vigor or anything else. And then you'd equip the Decaying Dragon Key, and you basically had free 1.3-second invincibility every time your shields went down, which was always for 1.3 seconds. And then if you had high shield recharge, you'd get your shields back to its suite, and it would cease to be a problem. And basically, you'd be invincible more often than you weren't. It was good. It was a little too good. So they're changing it. Now, there are pros and cons to this. So Warframe shield change. I'm going to move this onto a monitor, so I'm not going to get a massive crick in my neck. You're not going to see what I'm doing, but you're just going to have to grin and bear it. In fact, I'll turn on some dulcet tones of music and crank that way down so it's just light in the background and I can barely hear it. That's right, it's Guilty Cure. o'clock. It's wholly inappropriate for this, but I don't care. So Warframe shield changes. There are many avenues for Tenno to approach Warframe survivability. Usually, it's through increasing health and armor values, or making use of damage resistance features of certain mods or abilities, etc. For shields, however, there is an incentive to do the opposite. The meta prior to this update encouraged players to reduce shield values as much as possible to make use of shield gating mechanics. As developers, we're stuck in a strange position. On one hand, we see player ingenuity and creative ways of engaging with mechanics, but on the other, we see proof that shields are not offering the same value to players as other survivability tools, to the point where you are rewarded by having the lowest shield stat possible. We have changed this, so that Tenno are incentivized to increase their shield stat instead of reducing it. To do so, we have approached this challenge in two key ways. Firstly, we've buffed Tenno shields overall. Previously, Tenno shields offered a 25% resistance to all damage types. Now, they provide a 50% resistance to all damage types. Which is great, by the way, that's really good. That stacks with adaptation. That's really good. That's like really, really good. It does nothing for the fact that armor doesn't care about shields in the slightest, but we'll ignore that for now. It's still probably better. It's still good. However, we've also buffed a few shield-specific mods with recharge rate in mind. Values below are at max rank. Fast Deflection added minus 45% shield recharge delay. Fortitude increased the shield recharge value from plus 80% to plus 100%. Also increased the chance to resist knockdown from 20% to 40%. Cool. I never use that mod. With the exception of a couple specific, there's a couple shield-oriented builds I use it on. Hildren. Also possibly Caliban. I didn't really take advantage of the whole shield gate spam thing much, other than a niche Hildren meme build, as they call it. The kids these days, which was fun. Because you get longer invulnerability periods with Hildren than anyone else for shield gating. And Vigilante Vigor added minus 30% shield recharge delay, so Vigilante Vigor is pretty good now. These mod buffs feed directly into the other half of our approach. Secondly, we've reworked shield gating. Shield gating was added to the game back in 2020 with update 27.2.0 as a way to prevent one-shots, especially at higher level content. This was a good thing. We feel that this mechanic accomplished that goal, but the implementation of it had an unintended side effect. Players were rewarded for having the smallest shield stat and fastest shield recharge stat to make use of the full shield break mechanic. As mentioned above, our intention is to offer players more benefits for having larger shield values, so shield gating has been reworked. The core mechanic is staying. When you lose all shields, you gain a period of invulnerability. What has changed is how the period of invulnerability scales with the amount of shields you have. The changes outlined below have been made with that vision in mind. Part 1. Shield gate duration will scale with the amount of shields you had upon shield break. Previously, full shields upon break offered a 1.3 second window of invulnerability. Now, depending on your modded values, this window could be anywhere from 0.33 seconds, minimum duration, to 2.5 seconds, capped at 1150 shields. 1,150 shields. To receive the original 1.3 second shield gate, players will now need around 325 shields upon shield break. It should be noted, when they say a full shield break, that means an enemy just breathed on you hard, and your shields vanished. Like all of them. So, this is like high damage instances. Anybody chipping away at you isn't going to care. This goes to the partial shield break. This is still good. This is still viable. Like, there's a lot of frames that have 325 shields. You can see a full overview of the gate duration versus shields depleted in the graph below. And there's a graph. It's at this web address. You You could look at it if you want. I've just posted it in the chat. Have fun. Or don't. Or don't. If you're watching this after the fact, I don't even know if that'll show up. Part 2. Partially depleted shields do not have a separate shield gate duration. Previously, shield breaks on shields that were not fully regenerated offered 0.33 seconds of shield gating. Now, partially depleted shields are treated with the same scaling values outlined above. For example, if you had a max shield value of 1200, but your shields were broken with only 350 available, you would receive 1.3 seconds of shield gating. With these changes, the more shields you have and the faster they regenerate, the more you'll get out of the shield gating system. Theoretically, probably, you hope. We'll see. Time will tell. Part 3, we've added a new corrupted mod, catalyzing shields. Great, more for me to grind. With the changes to shield gating, we still wanted to offer players different ways to interact with this system without always having to mod for the most shields possible. To accomplish this, we've introduced a new corrupted mod, catalyzing shields, which basically reduces your max shield capacity in exchange for always having 1.33 seconds full shield gate immunity duration. It's also expensive as hell. It's 13 mod juice to equip with a D polarity, which is about what you'd expect. I don't think it should be that expensive, probably, but whatever. This mod reduces your maximum shields by 80%, but also changes how shield gating works for your Warframe, with a guaranteed 1.33 seconds of shield gating upon full shield depletion. With this mod equipped, shield gating duration scales from 0.33 to 1.33 based on your maximum shield values, regardless of what they are. For example, if my maximum shields are 100 with catalyzing shields equipped, I would expect the following shield gating durations. 100 shields at shield break, 1.33 seconds of shield gating. 75 shields at shield break, 1.0 seconds of shield gating. 50 shields at shield break, 0.67 seconds of shield gating. And so on down to 10 shields at 10 shield break, 0.33 seconds of shield gating. As a reminder, 0.33 is the absolute minimum duration for shield gating. It can never go lower. How to acquire catalyzing shields. Since this is a new corrupted mod, it is obtainable via Orokin Vaults on Deimos. There is now an alert to get it as well, so I'll probably bang that out in a sec once we get... I say sec. When I say sec, I mean as long as it takes me to get through this up until the next major item. Part 4. Decaying Dragon Keys have been updated to debuff both shields and shield gating, which you can actually see on the right-hand side of the screen here. Decaying Dragon Key shields are greatly reduced while key is equipped. Full shield gate duration is capped at 0.33 seconds, so it's actually injurious to equip as opposed to who cares, which is what it was before. It didn't matter. That's why people were equipping it all the time. That's what they're fixing. I don't want to open an RDP connection. Stop. Good. Part 5. A few other details to cover. Hildren's passive has been buffed from 3 seconds shield gating duration to 3.5 seconds shield gating duration. They updated Grenade Fan's description to better communicate how shield satellites work with shield gating. If you deploy shield satellites instead of the /cloud grenades. Protea reconfigures grenades to work as overcharging shield generators. Went a little max headroom there, protecting her allies, and companions. When shields break, a satellite is destroyed to double minimum shield gate invincibility time. Well, that's not so bad. Shield regeneration delay reduction is now capped at 80%. Okay, I don't like that. Many mods have now been updated to offer this benefit, leading to the possibility of stacking shield regen to be faster than shield gate expiring. I was going to say, that's how the Hildren build worked. Now, players should have easier access to reducing regeneration time without risking issues with permanent invulnerability. This means that there are going to be some mods you're just never going to equip. Ever. That's good. Guardian Break shield regeneration delay reduction has been decreased from 90% to 80% at max rank. As a result, we have buffed this effect's duration from 8 seconds to 12 seconds at max rank to compensate. Updated the shield stat on hover descriptions in the upgrade screen to describe shield break functionality and include shield gate duration for your current modded max shields. There are many variables that will impact the overall outcome of these shield changes with Abyss of Dagath, which is the name of the update, and we'll be keeping a close eye on player feedback now that this is in the community's hands. With this update's release, you'll be seeing many changes in your arsenal upgrade screens, both for shield changes listed above and the following overhaul, which we'll get into after we do some other things. First, I have to check to see what the level of my stuff is. I thought I saved this as the looter build. I did not. Rassum Frassum. It's okay. It's okay, Frag. It's fine. Also, you can just play as Revenant and just bypass the entire thing and just not care. Just not at all. Not at all care. It's no care. No boy, no cry. We are living in the 80s. We still fighting in the... Never mind. If you've never seen Fist of the North Star, you don't know. And if you have, you might still not know, because Fist of the North Star Part 2 kind of sucks. But its opening theme is a certifiable banger. Welcome to this crazy time. I don't know what I want to shoot. I want a thing that goes shoot, but I don't know. Oh, I have to level up the Rauda. Okay, fine. Level up the Rauda. I hate the Rauda. It's not a very good gun. It's not great. We're fine. I also got a new Lich, so we'll have to do that at some point. That should be under here, right? Yeah, it's the one. It's around for 6 days, so you have plenty of time. I'll grab that so I have a copy. I like getting dupes of mods, so I have a level 0 and a max rank at the very least. So we'll go bang that out. It's a survival. I should be playing as a friend that actually cares about survival, and I should also probably go public. If it's survival, my loadout before was perfectly adequate. Skora. Prime. We can turn the music up now. That is the generalist build. That is the range build. Yes, that's the one. I want that. We do have pilfering on there. Very good. Not necessary, but we're taking it anyway. Tracks that get stuck in my head more often than is probably healthy. It is Suck a Sage, the Chip Zanoth theme. From way back in the D.
Distract the infested while a lone Tenno operative hunts.
Of course,
for
it's not
supplies.
shield mode.
Set off the alarms to start.
I should have stayed as Revenant. Reminds me, I also still have to get
Hold on. Emergency life support is inbound.
A duplicate citrine, and I believe a duplicate. No, I've got Verona. A duplicate Kullervo. That's what I like seeing. Enemies getting shredded. Boy, me strangled out. Here goes. Shrickety shrack. There's also been some changes to Nightwave. There's also been some big UI tweaks And we will delve into those once we get to them on the list. What level are these enemies? Level weak? Level 30. Yikes, that is level weak.
Get ready for a capsule.
Also, companions. Big changes to companions. Huge changes to companions. I mean for real. You're not gonna die. Come on through.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Did somebody kill him? I guess somebody did. I don't even know what mods I have on this thing. I should probably find out. It's a very humdrum shotgun, unfortunately. Which isn't a bad thing. Oh. Let's do which isn't a bad thing. I guess humdrum weapons are fine. It's done some pretty good ones. I forget what its gimmick is, and I forget what it does when Palermo has it equipped. I do not remember.
Life support incoming.
There's a bunch of people in there. Anyway.
I've delivered another life support capsule. Additional life support has arrived.
Another 5 minutes, and we can be out of here, and I can read the next segment, which is on health values and base stat values, and the mods that improve them. It's pretty huge. It's mostly on the mods that improve them, though. Bottom line is, if if you've equipped redirection a lot, you're going to be like, why did redirection get nerfed? And the truth is, it hasn't. Why did Vigor get nerfed? Or why did Vitality get nerfed? And the truth is that they have not been nerfed. Not really. Your end total results are going to basically be the same. Or better. Better in a bunch of cases. Travel across that now? Cool. Wish I could walk on water without sinking. One of the biggest updates, though, is to companions. And it includes sentinels. And it is a glorious change. It is making the game easier. You could argue that a lot of these quality of life changes are power creep. And in a way, I guess that might be correct. Or true. Sort of depends on your perspective. Now, most of these have already been long announced. The one that I hadn't seen is one involving enemy highlighting for the UI, and we'll get to that. Let me get 2 of these up. It's not like we're having trouble. I just don't know what the rest of my team is. I can't join. We're not optimizing our enemy throughput. And we will get to Hydroid, and the changes to Hydroid, they are pretty... It is a change. It should be for the better, based on what I've seen. I may be hampering him, and I should not do that. To anyone who uses a Vulpaphyla, don't worry. You have not been Giga nerfed. Unless you consider other things being brought up to a comparable standard as nerfing. In which case there is no help for you, and you should get over it. How have I not died yet? Oh, I did die once. And then I revived myself because I'm just that good. Correction. I have gone through and done my intrinsics farm. Did that intrinsics farm a whole while ago. That's pretty good. I'm not gonna pop that. I want to get to where that guy is. Where's that guy? Other tracks that I basically hear in my sleep on the regular. Listen here, you. Get shot. Get shot twice. Get shot 3 times.
Life support
Get,
has been replenished.
okay. Is there, oh, it's through here and I'm dumb. Don't mind me. I'm having a moment. This is because my brain is being pressed on by parts of my skull.
When you need it, extraction is ready.
Just want to get all the stuff that dropped here. Mostly the endo, because I burned a bunch of endo not so long ago. Is that down below? That's down below. So, our boy Hydroid can no longer turn into a
Another
puddle.
job well executed.
I'll get the bad news out of the way right off rip. Sorry. So, let's get to the next bit of business. And to do that, I'll go into this menu and completely forget where I am. Okay, I'm going to turn the music down a smidge so it doesn't distract the hell out of me, and hopefully not you. Also, I won't have to talk over it. That's good. Okay, next bit of business. Base versus final stats in modding. Health, energy, shield, armor stat overhaul. Now, a lot of this is significant. You're not going to see an impact, I think, most people. But it is it's mostly quality of life of display of information that makes information certain bits of information don't make sense. So, and you have to kind of understand why. Your stats in the end are going to wind up being pretty close. Okay, so if you've spent any time invested in the deeper nuances of modding, you may be familiar with Warframe math. Math that upon first glance doesn't really make sense, but once you learn the inner workings of the game, it all comes together. While we can appreciate the value that complex systems offer to a certain subset of players, there are other aspects of the game that should have clear and understandable outcomes, namely shield, health, energy, and armor modding. Pop quiz. What is 300 plus 440%? If you answered 740, you may just be an Excalibur player. So, in proper math terms, 300 plus 440% should come to something like 1,300. 1,320. But it does not. The reason for this is because, do I have nothing on this? Excellent. Is because of a little thing called base stats, which have changed. In short, they have changed. So, and how, or rather what has changed is how mods interact with your stats. Vitality plus 440% health, redirection plus 440% shields, flow plus 150% energy, and steel fiber plus 110% armor come with large modifier values that don't seem to match their outcomes in-game. This is because these mods apply their multiplier to the base stats of the Warframe, i.e. the stats you have at rank 0. In the Excalibur example, a rank 30 Excalibur's health stat of 300 earns an additional 440 health from max rank vitality. 440% health, since it applies to his base rank health stat of 100, a result of 740 total health. In this update, we have removed this obfuscation by having health, shield, energy, and armor mods apply to the stats of Warframes at their current rank. Continuing our Excalibur example, instead of Vitality always applying to Excalibur's base rank 100 health, it would apply to his health stat based on his rank, namely, the stat you can actually see in your arsenal. If your Excalibur were rank 30, his health stat would be 300, which means Vitality's multiplier would be calculated off of 300. With previous health and mod values, additional adjustments are needed to make this revision work while maintaining game balance. By only changing where the multiplier applies, a rank 30 Excalibur would receive an extra 1,320 health from max rank Vitality, resulting in a total health stat of 1,600. This outcome is a significant buff, which is not the intention of this system change. To remedy this, we approached this problem in two ways. We reduced the overall multiplier for health, shield, energy, and armor mods. Since these now affect max rank Warframe stats, these mods need to scale differently to maintain the status quo. Additionally, we wanted these new values to be as clear and understandable to all players as possible. Here are a few examples of these value changes. Vitality, reduced from 440% to 100% health. Redirection, reduced from 440 to 100% shield capacity. Steel fiber, reduced from 110% to plus 100% armor. Flow, reduced from 150% to plus 100% energy max. Note, these are not all of the mods affected by this change. We share the comprehensive list further down in this section of the update notes. Doing some quick math, this means that a rank 30 Excalibur at 300 health with a reworked Vitality mod plus 100% health applied to the final health stat would receive 300 extra health for a total of 600. That, in contrast, is a nerf, which we also don't want to do. So, our next step. Number 2, we adjusted Warframe health, shield, energy, and armor values to keep the end result of the revised mods as close to the original values as possible. With this change, Excalibur's rank 30 health stat is 370. With plus 100 health from a max vitality mod, his resulting health would be 740, which matches what it was originally. While this path to the same result may seem a little complicated, the outcome matches our intention. We want players to be able to look at their health, shield, and armor mods and be able to understand how they affect the stats that they see in their arsenal. In addition to everything above, we also increased the base stat values for Warframe so that these revised mods offer similar value for lower ranked frames. To do so, we reduced the amount of health/shield/energy that Warframes earn per rank in half, and transferred the sum of that value to their base stats. For armor, this is the one stat that does not increase with your Warframe's level, with some exceptions. Armor values across the board have been slightly increased to compensate for the mod changes. We will only be listing base stats for armor changes unless the Warframe has a different armor stat at max rank. Not to beat a dead horse, but mods will now be applying to the max rank instead of the base rank. You may look at these numbers and think nerf or buff, depending, but the outcome is that total modded values are the same, if not a little higher in some cases. Here are a few outliers before we get into the nitty-gritty of it. Oh geez, here we go. Lavos, Nidus, Nidus Prime, and Kullervo all have buffs to their armor values as a result of this change. Example, Nidus Prime's armor stat increased from 910 to 1050, with max steel fiber equipped. With all three Umbral Warframe mods, this buff results in a difference of 1,198 armor versus 1,470 armor, which is what it is now if you put in like all the armor buffs. Garuda and Garuda Primes received buffs to their modded energy pool. Garuda Prime's energy stat has been increased from 800 to 912, with maxed prime flow equipped. To better contextualize how these numbers have changed, we've also prepared a comparison asset using Excalibur, and you can see that at the same link I linked earlier, just scrolling down about half a mile. I'm not going to go through the entire list of Warframe stat changes or Warframe mod changes. Suffice it to say, it is encompassing, and I don't think any mods have been left out, but I could be wrong. This also applies to Necromechs and Archwings. It also, incidentally, applies to, what are they called? Companions. Their mods have been changed as well, as have their base stats. Their base stats have been changed in big ways, so we'll deal with that later. Also, as a bonus, include the focus lens conversion buff. Quality of life change. Focus acquisition can take a significant time investment unless you do Steel Path Circuit, especially for those who prefer more passive farming methods. I guess that counts as an active farming method? I don't know. Completing all of your focus schools acts as a long-term goal for many players, but we felt the need to mitigate the time investment slightly. Now, focus lenses will offer greater conversion rates as follows. A regular lens. used to offer 1.25% conversion of affinity gain into focus. Now it is 2%. Greater lens went from 1.75 to 3%. Eidolon lenses from 2.25% went up to 4.25%, and Lua lenses went from 3.25% to 5.5%. Additionally, and this is the biggie, all convergence orbs now offer a flat 5,000 focus bonus to your equipped focus school upon pickup, which is going to help a lot. It's a big improvement. Ultimately, if you have focus lenses and use them and remember to have them equipped, which I could do but don't, mostly because now my focus schools are capped out, and before I was just kind of cruising along and I didn't really care, because I had the stuff I wanted. But now it's easier to get more points in them. And Circuit came along and just upended the entire methodology for me. Before I would use, if I had to grind for it, I would grind for the, whatever they were called, the Eidolon shards. There we go. And convert them into standing, or focus mastery school, whatever it is. Focus school juice. And now you don't do that. You do Circuit. Like, if you're not doing like Steel Path Circuit, I'm sorry, you're missing out. If you're trying to farm focus schools, because wow, I got that stuff in record time. And I was I wasn't trying to go for it deliberately. If you just do Circuit hardcore, you will get so much. And we'll get to the Nightwave changes later. We'll do a mission. No. I do have to farm citrine, so maybe we'll do a citrine run real quick. Those aren't too hard. They're pretty manageable. They're tedious, but they're not problematic. I probably want to have... you know what? I haven't done Mirage in a hot minute. Yeah, I haven't done Mirage in a hot minute. We'll keep the Rauta. We don't need the Telosac Boltos. There was another... There's something else I forgot. I thought there was something else I was leveling. I don't know what it was. Whatever. Doesn't matter. If I can't remember it, it must not have been important. Must not have been of great import. What a shame. We'll go with the compressor, why not? I like making explosions. Explosions are cool. And the compressor makes a lot of them. That's not so bad. Really low damage, but we don't care. I should yeah, I have Galv Diffusion on there. Let me get, what's it called on here? Secondary Merciless, because Deadhead doesn't really do much good with things that explode. I do need to eventually take the time to get... Oh, hello. I didn't realize I had 11 of those. Frig. I did not want to do that. I didn't want to do that at all. Oh, I'm so close. Listen, I have brain problems, okay? Sometimes I don't pay attention to what I'm doing. This is the problem. Yeah. That multiplies out. I think, what's the max stack for cold? I think it's 10. I think cold stacks up to 10. So that adds up pretty quick if you have high status. So that's not bad, actually, but I don't have pure cold on here. I would have to change my mod order drastically to make that happen. And I just don't care enough. It's an arcane designed to incentivize you away from going with viral. And I'm like, okay, that's a choice. I don't disagree, but Do I have a secondary outburst? I don't think I do. Or a Cascadia Flare for that matter. Cascadia Empowered we've got. Charge, I think we've got one there. We've got a Deadhead Max, we don't care about that. Same for Dex, same for Merc. Outburst. Don't look like we do, so we'll get that. Oh, this is the one for swapping to secondaries. This one's okay. And max rank anyway. Basically, if you have a melee weapon that you have designed to focus on getting high combo count, you can convert that to crit chance and crit damage on your secondary weapon. It's pretty good. Can be pretty good. I think it's fairly weapon dependent. We'll go with secondary merciless for now because it's fairly obvious how to use that. Obviously, I wanted to do to this to tweak it, but I cannot for the life of me remember. Doesn't matter. I will keep the compressor for now. Tenet Exec I don't think is modified by Mirage's thing, and we've got the Rauta just to level it up. Okay, we'll do a Citrine farm. We are going into Steel Path. Citrine is where?
I claim this sector for
He's
the
so
Grenadier.
shrill and annoying.
I serve you, mistress.
Yep, he's still talking. Peace. Isn't Citrine on Venus? Don't pop up again, please, God. I have to go to the Iron Wake again at some point because they removed certain mobs. Oh, jeez. I don't remember to where. Where do you do Citrine? This is the problem with being with the game for so long. So I honestly don't remember. I know how to spell, don't worry about it. There we go. How do you get Citrine? It's on Mars. It's on Mars. Okay, cool. Good, I don't have to worry about my Lich interrupting my progress there. That's not it, that's not it. Where are you? You just saw it. Hi, Brain. It's in here somewhere. Mirror Defense, Tiana Pass, cool. There it is, it's right there. Nobody is doing it. Of course they're not. That means I'm gonna have to go with a, something like a Wisp, probably. Yeah! I should probably go with Wisp to make it a little safer. Or Limbo. I'm not gonna do Limbo. People are probably doing it on regular, not on that. Yeah, they are. I'm gonna do it on Steel, because I'm not a coward. He says. We'll do like a single rotation.
Tenno, you're here to defend something that defies my own understanding of the Void. These crystals need you. Stop the Grenier and Corpus.
Thanks. Thanks. I should have probably gone with the Zenistar. Too late. Let's do it.
Old war. Warframe made crystal caskets. Caskets for who? Elric and Ranya.
So
And good genes they had, yes. Genes for the true
That's
man.
bad.
Smash the crystals. Take the genes, do the science. My two men get stronger.
Transferred still hidden. The mass Citrine's lost remnants manifest her protective power.
Mistakes. I've made a few. I don't know how to do my ground pounds. Please.
Seek out Citrine's remnants to protect Velric and Ranya's crystals.
This is not gonna work.
In trouble again, huh? It's a miracle you
Yeah,
can
go
get
ham.
anything done. All right.
Yeah.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
No, this isn't gonna work. So we're not gonna keep doing this. We will switch to a frame that can actually defend things worth half a goddamn, or a quarter of a goddamn. I'd take a 1/1000th of a goddamn, and unfortunately our loadout is not gonna do that. That's fucking fine. Pardon my French. I got bold. I'm like, how hard can Steel Path be? And then I'm like, oh wait, it starts with Grenier. You're fucked. You're gonna have a bad time. Because the Greniers suck. Here, let's have one faction that's actually durable. So I need to go with a buffing frame. I could probably get away with it with, actually, yeah, let me change my melee weapon here. There's a lot of very good options for dealing with this with melee weapons. What's that one that's goofy? There's a... what is that? Actually, what we could do, if we're going to do the Wisp thing,
Everything in orders?
do the Bird Black. Let me just double check what damage types I have equipped. Yeah, that'll
I
do.
will attempt to bypass this one.
We don't need you. We're going to go full I don't care mode and either do the Tenet Planks or the, what's it called? The Tenet Planks. We'll keep the router around just to level it up, and that's it. The bulk of our damage is going to be with the Vertilac. We actually now could do this with Mirage because we get multiplied projectiles for that. But we're going to do... oh, actually... Yeah, my Wisp has Gloom, I think. My Wisp Prime. I think I put Gloom on there. And that will let me get away with murder. So I'm going to switch to the Karn, which is the Latum. There we go. Wisp! Okay. Steel Path is annoying as hell. I'm not terribly fond. Now, ideally, I'd have, what's it called? Zata's Whisper on here. And I suppose I could fit it on instead of Gloom. But Gloom is going to make me able to slow everything down within a radius. The difficulty is doing it solo. With solo, I have to actually focus on defending things. Which means I need to go Limbo. I forgot. Sorry. And we I'm not gonna go with the Vertilac because without speed buffs, that's gonna hurt. That's a really good one that I have. Where I can just turn my brain off. For melee weapons, I've got to re-go through most of my melee weapon loadout and do some tweaks. I could probably get by with an Incandi Prime, in truth. The Chorophel puts in work as well. Most of the Gunblades put in work. Gunblades slap, as a rule. They're kinda slow, but they're fairly good at what they do. At least some of them are. But then Incandi's going to let me go and just grind things down to death, and that'll work better, probably. Let me just double check. Yeah, I do have Blood Rush. Very good. Okay. Blood Rush, we can make it work. Did I ever put... No, I did not. I need to rebuild... I can barely remember how that build works. Do I have that on my... So I can just copy what I've got on my other one. Range Cataclysm, that's not it. Shoot, I do not have a build with it on. It's a build that takes advantage of Rift Torrent, which if I put that on here, this is a durability build for some unfathomable reason. It's a duration build. I don't know what's going on here. I'm not going to bother doing it there. I'm going to just get out the Limbo Prime and do it on, because I should have it. Now I have a Cataclapper build, crap. We can replace the Cataclapper build, we don't need it. Yeah, we don't need it. Basically, there's a mod for Rift Surge, which is your 3. You do not ordinarily use your 3. Well, Gunblades do slash and shoot, but they also slap. In fact, one of them shoots out a sound shockwave, so it's a sound gun. Well, it's a shockwave of some kind. It might not actually be sound, but I pretend it's a sound gun. Like one of those, the boxes that you put like a mist in, you go slap it on the back and it makes a smoke ring. It's like that, only it shoots. I already have Rift Torrent on here. Did I just put that on and I just stopped paying attention? Or has that been on there and I'm dumb? Anyway, Rift Torrent scales with power strength. So we are going to do a couple tweaks here. That's probably the best I'm going to be able to do. And it applies, I think, to every enemy that's in the Rift. Yes, it does. So you do want range. Yes, this is a Rift Torrent build. So the problem with the Rift Torrent build is it has extremely low energy efficiency, which means Cataclysm costs 155 energy to do. Jesus wept. That's gonna hurt. Anything I can swap out here? No. None of the usual suspects. Sugar. I guess I could put in regular continuity, but that's... I don't want to do that either. Because that doesn't free up mod slots is the problem, and I need mod slots. Shoot. Well, I've got Rift Torrent on there. Anyway, if you have large range, you get quite a lot of damage increase. Let's just put it there. You become a monster damage-wise. You go from being like this fragile, twiggy stick creature that has a gimmick that makes him conditionally invincible to anything, to being a, and that's like all, to being a conditionally invincible twiggy stick thing that can dish out obscene amounts of damage very quickly. And that, what does that come to? I'd have to like rejigger the entire setup I have here in order to find out. Oh, that's interesting. I can do that if I remember what mods I get rid of. What does overextended reduce strength? It does. Let's take that off temporarily. I just want to get as much strength on here as I can. I don't remember what it scales up to at the end of the day. It's pretty big though. I don't care about that. We care about this only in the loosest possible sense. Put that on there. 337, what was that bump it up to? 101% per enemy. That is per enemy, per individual one enemy. Multiply by, I don't know, like 24 enemies at once or more, it gets big. It's large numbers. Numbers get big. Large number go burr. You could probably leave it at that and be fine, because it doesn't need to be huge. The problem is duration. I need duration now. Crap. That's the difficulty with Limbo, is his abilities that are relevant actually rely on multiple different stats. Can I move around here? I can probably mix you. That'd be fine. Can I put in your place? That's the problem. If only augment mods could go in Exilus slots, I would just be the happiest frag that ever was. Unfortunately, we can't do that. "15 ability strength is completely irrelevant. We don't need that. What does that one duration mod do? Duration. Narrow-minded, what do you do? That reduces range. We can't do that. Crap. Because I like that 101% breakpoint. I like that a lot. Frag likes that. That's a round, delicious number that makes Frag round and delicious, like a cake. It's a good thing. I guess we could put on Nira's Hatred instead and bump up our duration, but it's not really going to matter. What's the duration at? Actually, 21 seconds isn't too terrible. 26-second duration for our Cataclysm, on the other hand, is downright bad. This is the problem with Limbo, is to get a really strong build out of any of his one abilities, you're probably building for 3 stats at a minimum. So what I can do is use the Cataclysm to get the ball rolling for Rift Surge, and then make sure that I'm getting Rift Surge in as often as possible. Which is doable. I can make that work. The biggest thing that's going to be affected is stasis, and stasis is what I'm going to be relying on very heavily, so I do need to have duration. And of course I can't fit that on there because that would be too easy. Far too easy. Okay, I need to figure out what my previous build was and unbugger this. Okay, we had primed continuity, I know that. What did we have there? Something probably worth 14. That was also range-oriented range. That's right, it was overextended. We'll give us a world. Overextended isn't doing me any good. I don't need that much range. It's nice to have, but I don't need it. Depolarity. What do we have in depolarity that I can make use of for this? Not much. Adaptation's probably your best bet off rip, because it's real. It's just good. Problem is you're fragile, so it almost doesn't matter. I guess I can plop Boreal's Hatred on there for some additional efficiency. It doesn't really matter. It's one of like 3 mods that actually provide ability efficiency. We need more of those, just for build variety's sake. That'll help. Not a lot. but it'll help. Does that come to 83% damage increase? I can live with that. That's per enemy. Again, if it's only affecting one enemy, it's pointless, but if it's affecting a dozen, that adds up very quickly, and that starts increasing. Okay, I still have to get the components for that. I just can't be asked. Let's get a weapon that's actually good. Let's do that. Let's actually work properly. It'll group enemies. That's good. Everything else, not so much. So we're going to go with the Fenmore, because the Fenmore is idiot-proof.
Shoot them in your face.
And you know what? We'll use a Gunblade while we're at it, because we've hyped them up. The problem is they're slow. The positive, on the other hand, is that they just don't care. Redeemer's Eye, it's more of a traditional Gunblade. It's a sword that goes Lady Blade and also shoots. It's a shotgun. It hits like a truck. It's quite good. Generally, you build for crit damage, because it's got for heavy attacks, you have, where's the heavy attack for crit thing mentioned? Here we go. 220% crit chance, which is multiplied by 2 for heavy attacks, so you basically get a crit every time you heavy attack. We don't have the highest crit multiplier we can go for. We can get a little higher. I think it gets up to 5.6 if we swap that out, but we need the heavy attack wind-up speed badly. We need it. It's very important that we have heavy attack wind-up speed because we are slow. We also want regular attack speed if we can get it, but we have to replace that for Corrupt Charge to have higher damage multiplier for our basic heavies. And for Radiation to kill Eidolons. This is an ancient build. This is old, but it'll probably work. Watch him fall, ladies and gentlemen, to his own hubris. Who knows? Maybe someone will join me. 2 people makes this 1,000,000 times easier, and it looks like we've got a body. This is taking a while to load. I'm not sure why. I don't really like it. It has me concerned. Oh, this is good. Now I just need some energy.
Corvus forces are mounting an assault on the Venus crystal. Stop them.
Alright, let's, oh, we have to get to Venus. I need to collect these things for this particular... Oh, I can't do them in limbo mode. That's bad. Fragno-like. There's a bunch of restrictions to what you can collect while you, as limbo,
tried to save them by
are locked into the rift.
Crystal. It is their remains and the connection forged between them that you are protecting.
Gonna speed that up. Let's see. I'm pressing the wrong button. No wonder. There we go.
As the enemy is eliminated, Citrine remnants appear. The Void, manifesting her last wish to protect Belric and Ramia.
Yeah, I'll sit tight here. So So keeping an eye on my energy is going to be a full-time job. Oh, too off. There we go. We've got the Fenmore up and running. Transform that. Are you, what's going on? Why did the... Oh, there's something that's nulling it. Okay. Cool. I just wasted a bubble. I don't know where the bubble went. It's fine.
Collecting a critical mass of Citrine's remnants will create a prismatic ward to these crystals.
So you'll notice some damage numbers got big. There's a reason for that. Come on down. No, seriously, come on down. There you are. Oh, that's my friend. Where are you? Where are they? Ah, there they are. I need to be out of that. They are not dying very quickly, are they? Let me, fine. I need like half again the duration, or half again the range, or half again the energy efficiency, or half again the energy. I need any of those, and unfortunately, I have to sacrifice one of them to make any of them. And the build falls apart otherwise, which just sucks. It's a very borderline build, unfortunately. It's very effective once you get it up and running. I need to probably invest more forma to get it kicking. Fortunately, I was not thinking of that the last time I used this, and that truck is jake-braking in a non-jake-break type location. The bastard.
Make me comfortable and do your job for you. Smash the crystal. Break the tunnel. No genes for you.
Listen, he's a denim gatekeeper, okay? Stop moving. Let me shoot you in the face. Thank you. I need that to make my gun good. There we go. So you'll notice a couple damage numbers increased. That's because this is an absurdly powerful mod. It makes Limbo Sleeper ridiculous. People sleep on Limbo a lot, and they shouldn't, because Limbo's really good. I have still been unable to get it to transform. There we go. Oh good. The bubble disappeared. Not 1000% sure why. difficult. There it is. You know what? I'm gonna let them collect. I'm just gonna... So I now have a 2,168.4 damage multiplier. That's decreasing for every enemy that dies, but that has this ring around it. But suffice to say, that's a very high damage multiplier, which not a ton of frames can easily rival with basically no effort. This happens to be one of them. The reason I'm doing this on Steel Path difficulty is because you get more citrine points.
When extreme emotions meet pure
Oh my gosh, stop overshooting your parkour.
then can break the laws of nature. Might this explain the connection between these crystals?
Yeah. I think I need to go back to the previous iteration of the build. This is awfully borderline and I don't like it. Probably why I wasn't using it. Come on, press your 2 key. Pressed it and then went out of bounds, so everything is broken. Okay. Swell. These guys are not behaving. Because of my form, and I can't get back to my body and turn it off. Some stars. Okay. Of course he will. And these aren't dying, so I'm in trouble. And I left it.
A valuable lesson.
I have to unfuck it. I don't know what I did. I had this up and running like half a year ago. And I don't know what I did to screw it up. This worked flawlessly at one point, and it doesn't anymore, probably because I planned it out and then forgot about it, and then did some wrong forma at some point. It doesn't actually look like I did a forma on this, so I don't know. At any rate. Yes, I do want to run it back. If he's offering.
Operator, Orbis has determined the secrets to happiness are a combination of heightened dopamine levels and a terrible memory. You're welcome!
I had this running, I think, on my old Limbo, and I think that's what happened. And that's why I don't remember what it is. Okay. So I have nothing that's a V polarity that's on an empty slot on any of those, so I can't put a V polarity there without screwing up all my other builds, because of course I can't. That would be too easy. I have a V polarity up there on everything, but that's 4 points. At 4 points, it's completely irrelevant. I need like 7 points of savings to open up better options. Mostly I'm constrained by slot number, and that's what's killing me here. I'm gonna get rid of Boreal's Hatred. What does Narrow-Minded reduce? It reduces range. I don't want that, but I need the duration right now. I am suffering so badly from duration. If I had longer duration, I can make the rest of it work. And I need literally 1 point. Of course I do. Always 1 goddamn point. Frick. Always 1 point. Well, I'm not going to get rid of that if I can just rid of Cunning. I'll put in Narrow-Minded. That unfortunately makes it so that my range sucks. It's not great. It's not terrible, but it's not great. 8 points. Do I have an 8-point? Because I've got something reducing range already, I think. No, that's the one reducing range, because that's 45 plus 30, yeah. I do have an 8-point Cunning Drift I can use, so I'll make that work. That's going to help. I'd prefer higher everything, but we'll make it do. This will also make my Redeemer hit like a ton of bricks. Actually, I'm going to switch to the Stropha. Because I'm pretty sure I've got the same build on here. That should, yeah, that's about it. Yeah. Okay. Let me just double check that I have the right build on this Wisp. Yeah. Duration isn't great, but I don't need a ton. Watch the foes evaporate before me. Ride the lightning. Hell yeah. I should find where I put my Blaze Blue soundbox in my digital folders. I don't know.
Tenno, you're here to defend something that defies my own understanding of the
I'll
Lord.
wait for him.
These crystals need you. Stop the
I'm
coming
pretty sure
of
Wisp
this.
affects those. It might not. We'll find out.
Old War. Warframe made crystal
2,
caskets.
3.
Delric and Rania. Mighty good genes they had, yes. Genes for the true men.
So,
Take the genes, do the science. My true men get stronger.
because we're using Wisp, we now have, like, disgusting attack speed. What's our attack speed on this build? Oh, 93%. Which, for those of you who know math, is fast. Basically every enemy we shoot, because of Citrine being on our team.
As the enemy is eliminated, Citrine's remnants appear, the void, manifesting her last wish to protect Elric and Ron.
I forgot I have Gloom. Come on. So, this is probably more meta than I'm usually going to do for a build. But Gloom is quite good. Wisps 3 is very good. Transform that, and I will transform that. God, how long that takes. I have to watch my ammo counts, but and my energy, I have to watch a bit, because Gloom is a bit of a drain. More enemies it affects, but I get energy back pretty quickly. I saw some floating around. I might have just seen a glowing effect from something else.
For the Tenno,
And once we've done both areas, I'll be able to basically ignore one of my core expenditures, which is making sure I get the Wisp motes up. They've got it. I'm gonna double check out here. I always forget to look at the ones out here. Now we're good. This does mean I have to basically mother hen the this thing.
Corvus forces have regrouped. Go.
And if a nullifier gets onto our where my motes are, which are these little plant things that I put down that provide hefty buffs, there'll be issues because they'll get deleted, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. Oh, I should have taken the chlorophyll, or the, what's it called? The,
Whose guardian Warframe tried to save them.
Vertilac. The Vertilac is great with Wisp.
And the connection forged between them that you are protecting.
I can actually probably move faster doing this than I can sprinting. You can move quite quickly doing that. Wait for that to wear off. So this guy's gonna show up, and yeah, they've got that out. To look for his icon. Oh yeah, there he is. I get my 3 out, which will blind him. And it's not dying as quickly as I would like. I'll know when my buff runs out. There it is. It is not providing the buff on that. Okay, I need to relook at the list of things that Wisp's buff applies to. It's okay, we've got I've got Gloom on, so it'll be fun. If any particularly hard enemies show up. I'll switch to my secondary, which... we'll do that. Yes, that is an automatic explosion shooter, and it is very strong. It also has a modifier that makes it so that you have like a, I don't know what it is, 20% chance to do 2000% damage on a hit if it is on a status proccing hit, or a non-critical hit rather. This is, in the vernacular, pretty strong. Mostly because it stacks with external damage type providing abilities like Zata's Whisper. Zata's Whisper is the biggie. Makes it go absolutely ridiculous.
Rodents in your house, Krill. Thieving rodents. Make me comfortable. Do your job for you. Smash the crystal. Break the tunnel. No jeans for you.
You get to wear no Levi's. Levi Strauss has abandoned you, Krill. No Duluth Trading Company pants for you. They're all mine. Mine.
Gotta remember to shoot that in midair. I keep forgetting. Mid-air aim shots have a chance of not triggering him. Unfortunately, our fire rate is so ludicrously high that I will barely notice.
To protect Belvic and Ronia's crystals.
I've got to go down the list and find out how many of each fragment type I actually need. It's a lot. I stopped grinding partway in after I got my first one. I was like, okay, that's enough. pretty sure I have primary or secondary deadhead on this. I should. Which makes your headshots all better, as well as providing an overall damage boost. Nope, Gloom's still up.
Forces are mounting an assault on the Venus crystal. Stop them. These crystals formed on Deimos ages ago. Now they are being exploited by smugglers. Belric and Ramia deserve better than that.
The disadvantage of the Stropha is that it has very large damage fall. Oh, someone's pinging me. Come on. It's a sweet spot. I keep not getting it. Where are you? Doing anything to me. That's good. Let's fix that. Indeed. I should not have planted them in the crystal, but it's too late now. I have done the thing. This is going smoother. Part of that's because we have 3 people, part of it's because I actually know what I'm doing here. Another really good choice for this is Octavia, because enemies will attack the Octavia thing and kill themselves. Well, have their damage shifted to kill them. Of course, Octavia is just really good in general, so there's all that. Citrine's got a pretty good CC ability in her 4, which lets her freeze enemies in place so long as they don't have overguard, and also provides these big crystal growths on them that are like automatic crits and are very make them fall very quickly. The problem is you wind up running out of enemies so fast. It's kind of a bummer.
Bold, Ramya the clever, unleash the infested on Deimos forever. Never like that rhyme. Garbage rhyme.
Garbage rhyme. Everyone's garbage. See, he's a man of culture. He knows. So there is lore here. I couldn't tell you what most of it is off the top of my head. Something something star-crossed lovers, something something stasis, something something emotions affecting the void, something something, I don't know, whatever. keep forgetting that I've got Nira's Hatred, I think it is, and that teleports you on heavy attack hit, which has pros and cons. It means you get in quick, but it also means that your aim is thrown pretty badly. So, this actually gets to a new quality of life change that occurred. I missed. I did not miss. Which is auto melee now is a thing. So I could just hold down a button and do melee attacks. I don't have it turned on at the moment. This does not apply to thrown weapons. Because they are mechanically kind of wonky and would behave in a strange way if you allowed it. Read would not work. Come on, slow way down, thanks. Thank you. You're a friend. Friend to children everywhere, just like Gamera. Oh good, we've got a friend coming.
Come on out, mate. I'm waiting for you.
I can smell your feet. Where are you? Get on! I can't see their noggins, so I'm guessing.
If either crystal is
They're dead.
destroyed, the tunnel, their connection collapses. Do not let that happen.
Oh, no, you don't. I should probably do... Oh, we've got two? Two wisps? Do we have two wisps? I think we've got two wisps. Actually, it might be someone who just has that. I might be wrong. That's true. Citrine provides a health over time buff as well. I just wish... actually, that might apply Citrines, but it's a passive, so it probably doesn't. 2 defense objectives. Save my keyboard. Yeah, my difficulty is I can't leave too often because my ability range is pretty short. I think. Or is it at 100? I don't remember now. I should check. I won't recognize the numbers if I look at them, unfortunately, to know if they're at default values or not. because I don't have them memorized at default. Come on, get the blast there.
Pitter, pitter, pitter. Rodents snatch crystals from sick demos. Stashed one on Venus. Stashed one on Mars. Void kids tangled up like crystals.
I need to reactivate them. I knew that.
Smash this tunnel. Stop the rodents.
So yeah, with most of my Wisp builds, at least the ones that I, quote, take seriously, unquote, I do not have her 4, which is the Sunbeam. Which isn't to say that the Sunbeam's bad, it's fine. Sunbeam is okay. But putting on another support ability, for me personally, is the better choice. Now, I have Gloom on here, this build. Ordinarily, I'd probably do Rhino's Roar, in truth. Because Rhino's Roar is quite good. There you are. Nope, I ran out of juice. Spade. Why didn't I use my throw? Oh, because I'm out of energy. Oh, good. It's actually in range for that. Get over here, you little gobshite. Don't you run away from me. You're not dying. Let's change that. These aren't hitting him, are they? Maybe they are? I can't tell if they're dead or not. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna get out of here. Oh, no, they're not dead. They were just invincible for some reason. That's cool. I should have probably gone with, Nkandi or, better yet, one of the Warfans, because some of the Warfan attack stances are just absolutely stupid with how many hits they do and forced status procs. It's just like, oh yeah, let's do like 90 slash procs very, very quickly. And build up combo like you wouldn't believe. It's pretty rad. Yeah, Citrine's pretty solid. If there was one ability I was gonna, I'd remove from her kit and swap with something else via helmet that might be her 1. But then again, her 1 is pretty good for getting additional health orbs, which build up her health per second gauge, which I think caps out at 15. I want to say, if memory serves. It's her passive. It's very good. interested to know what we profit, what our profit is in terms of points for Citrine. We've made quite a lot of headway just on this run, and it's been fairly effortless as well. It has not really been much of a stretch. Did I just cancel my weapon transform? Yeah, probably. Go. Check on that real quick. Dagath. Helmanth. Abilities. It's her one. Oh, okay. I do not have to transform.
You.
I can aim. Yep. I promise. Oh, the music going on in the background is the Guilty Gear soundtrack from the OG Guilty Gear, and I think this is from the second one, XX. Not Zerd. I don't have Zerd or Strive soundtracks. Mostly because I think there's some vocal tracks in there, and I don't want those to ding the sensors. Vocal tracks tend to do that. You are beyond repair. Oi, shows your face. How about that? Where are they? Oh, there they are. They're right by the Thingus. That's bad. Don't turn that off. Don't turn that off. He did.
Let's go.
This is Zada's theme? This is Johnny's theme. Of course it's jazzy. Johnny's wild. Can't remember the last game he was in. Was he in Strive? Probably not. It's just a space worm, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. I'm sure it is not hungry. I saw some more here, did I? Ah. We're just right there. I feel like there are too few enemies. What's going on? Is my gloom too good? Did I turn it off? I have turned it off. Where are all the enemies? I guess our team's doing too well. Is disadvantage of Warframe is power fantasy is taken to next level. Is a rather big power fantasy. And sometimes the game is very easy, but only if you and your group know what you're doing, which I wasn't earlier with my bow damage build. I know how the build works, I just don't remember what I had when I had it working effectively. And it is very decidedly steel path viable by a large margin. It is quite powerful. You're just riding on the razor's edge the entire time, as most frames do when they're trying to buff their strength to insane levels. I mean, as a matter of course, like, all of my builds are basically glass cannons, with the exception of Hildren, probably, at this point. Because generally, if you can make something not live, it is going to be better for you in the long and short run than the enemy living and you having to take a hit. Hildren, on the other hand, I make an exception for, because all you have to do is slam shields on her, and she's not only very durable, but also has very effective abilities on top, whereas someone like Inaros needs help. His abilities, by and large, honestly, aren't very good. Nidus also, I think, well, for Nidus I'm generally going glass cannon build anyway, because his abilities are good. So. And you can gain revives and conditional immortality using his abilities effectively. It's kind of hard to do on the average mission, but on a mission like this, no problem. I did not want to get hit by that. Go away. Thank you. He did. Wow, that Ureli ability puts in work. Jeez. Could pay more attention to that.
My Warframe is strong.
Words coming in of so many of you being your best selves. Nora is just beside herself with admiration.
I'm doing like tap fires with that because I just hammer jam with my attack speed. Transition. I should definitely check to see how many points we've gotten, or resource we've gotten. So I don't know, I haven't been keeping track. I hate those three. Those three are positioned so poorly. Yes, you can still pick them up and not fall. Falling out of bounds has limited repercussions. The biggest repercussion is that any active channeled abilities or buffs you have going are all cancelled by falling out of bounds. You take no damage. There was a time when this was not true, where you did take damage. It didn't kill you. Unless you were fragile enough for it to do that. Oh, I forgot about those. So. Basically, if I see any repeating sequence of what look like lights, I'm going to probably jump in that direction to grab the shards that I need, like those. Problem is, this room has those, and my eyes will sometimes see them and be like, oh,
I have to go for those. I must get them.
yeah. There's a bunch that I forget about in this room. Should probably hit B to find out. Right. That's pretty good progress. 200 on each. I need like 1,000 maybe, so that's already a huge chunk of what I need dealt with. Actually, it might be less than that. I should find out. I'll find out after this. Alright, so we have an edgy friend coming, I think. Yeah, we do. Where are you, mate? Come on out. No, seriously, where are they? Oh, they're out here. That's suboptimal. Better run. We got him. He did. Oh, they're shooting my thing. Don't shoot my thing. I use that. Wait. It's a very important Thingus. Give. I save cat. Your companions now auto-revive. You can speed it up in a number of ways. We'll get to that. I was gonna finish reading the QOL changes, but we've been delayed by trying to make actual progress and headway. Why am I doing no damage? Because they're 175. I don't know why I'm not hitting him. He did. Double check back here. I forget about the ones back here sometimes. So for some reason we're hearing the void worm thing charging through the void in a tile where we're not supposed to be hearing that. But it's okay. Hey, Frank Misers, thanks for tuning in. That'll be a little easier to work with, I think. I'm trying to hop into that. Easier to target anyway. Plop, 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 plop. I still have Gloom up, very good. I sometimes forget, and we are killing enemies so quickly that it's sort of hard to keep track. Ever so slightly. Ever so slightly hard to keep track. I'm running behind. Here we go. Coming. Yes, well, it's a magical space void. It does not operate under the same rules, sadly, or blessedly, depending on your definition or perspective. There we go. That should be fine. So very loud, flashy objects and noises here today. I am having fun. There's a weather shift that's like making my sinuses do funny things, but thanks, meteorology. That's much easier to target. I just have to look at it as opposed to look around it. But that is mostly subsided by now, thank goodness. Partly due to drugs. Thanks, decongestants. Partly due to my head getting accustomed to it and acclimated. Hopefully will not be an issue come Friday. Got 2 fun short stories queued up for that. I'm pretty happy to do. Oh, he's way up there. Where are you? Jeez, what are you doing up there? Is he in the elevator shaft? Oh, he's in the elevator shaft. They are invincible though, which is good. Uninvinciblify, thanks. Thank you. You did. Sorry about that, loves. Making everything more difficult than it needs to be, don't I? There'll be no shortage of bad Australian and just bad accents in general. To anybody offended by my Free Read Fridays and other stream accents that I do, and voices I put on, I'm sorry. If you are offended, my bad. I'm not going to promise to change anything other than hopefully get better at them, but yeah, it's part of the shtick. I try to be tasteful. I am often not tasteful. Some are better than others. Ooh, a free citrine neuroptics BP, I'll take that. Actually, I think I've already got one, but it's fine. I just want you removed. Please be removed. Remove yourself. Thank you. Bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. Bopping off wall. Watching my screen shake a lot. Be less cold. There we go. Now I got it. Cool, 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 cool. Grab these. Those I missed. No, I got them. Very good. There's a couple over here I usually forget about because they're in the lee of line of sight. Anyway, I'm going to start on Hyperion once I am done with the short story collection Oceanic by Greg Egan, which admittedly isn't going to be for a while because the short stories in there are pretty long. We'll get through 2 of them this week, which is good. Switch. I think the ones immediately after that are all like minimum 50 pages, and a 50-page short story for Greg Egan is rather longer than 50 pages in most other publications, because the, wow, there we go, that took a while. The pages are fairly dense. So, since we have a quick moment I can put on a breather, let me see my page counts here. How many more short stories do we have? Okay. Crystal Knight, Steve Fever will get through. Induction. Induction is no problem. Induction is short, but Singleton, the one right after it, is long. It's like 60-something pages. So that's going to be one on its own. I might be able to do Induction along with Crystal Knights and Steve Fever. We'll see. If I can, let's see, how long is Oracle? Oracle is, geez, that's almost 70 pages. Yeah, basically everything. Well, Glory's pretty short, but the story that comes after it is like another 60-page jobby. So it's going to be a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to be like another 6, 7 weeks. I have largely promised I should get onto it by the end of the year, Hyperion. And with any luck, I will remain true to that. But it's going to be tighter than I thought. It is going to be sometime in December, I am hoping, provided I do not have any unforeseen scheduling issues, which could have very well happened, but hopefully will not. We will find out. Ooh, I missed one. So, sometime this December, we should be getting onto Hyperion, which I, for one, am extremely excited for. Although I have my own worries and concerns, partly due to length, partly due to I'm going to have to come up with some new voices in addition to the ones I already have, and that's going to be fun. My repertoire will be expanding, it seems. So voices you can expect to change throughout, sadly, because it is a long-term experience. It's the advantage slash disadvantage of long, short-form content, if that makes any sense. Longer-term projects being done over shorter-term segments that are live and kind of open to change anyway, just due to, I don't know, entropy and humans. So we'll see. No, oh god. No, and I have an unfortunate habit of buying more books than I can read in a reasonable sitting anyway. So I have to actually tone that down, but you've got listening material. You've got listening material. There will be so much every week. I have discussed before about how I'm probably going to be tweaking schedule to have more reading days, which is probably going to happen at the start of next year. I have not totally decided what form that's going to take. The most likely one for now is going to be temporarily converting Mecha Mondays into a reading stream where I read mecha fiction. And there is quite a lot of that, shockingly. Some of it good, some of it really not particularly good. I will try and do the good stuff. I won't say that I have impeccable taste, but I generally know what I like when I've read it. Alright, I gotta turn that back on because I forgot. It is off for some reason. You are. There, you hit me with something. Don't do that. Gloom isn't active on those guys constantly, but because they've got things that cancel abilities, but while it is active, it hurts, and it kind of reduces their threat to non-existent levels. The problem is they're very durable, so you do have to shoot them all in the window that you are provided. I forget what they're called. I call them the Edge Core Band. They're pen pals that have decided they want to take out their frustrations on you because nobody seems to be listening to them.
So shall it be?
Blah, blah, blah. Whatever, it's been a productive run, so I'm not... people are ditching and it winds up being just the two of us. I don't think we'll have too much of a problem. So, for some perspective, ordinarily these enemies are rather durable. In fact, you probably saw that earlier, if you were tuned in earlier, and saw how I just grossly overestimated my ability to handle durable enemies with weapons that needed leveling up and improving. Wow, how's this thing been so dim? It's not. Okay. Wow. Me too, dude. So we are just largely making these enemies evaporate, and they are rather durable. You don't really know how durable they are. It's difficult to appreciate how durable they are. I don't know how many of the damage numbers you can see, but they're big. I thought I saw some glowies. Let's grab the glowies. Tut-tut. Remember which crystal resource comes out of which half. I don't remember now. Oh, good, I did hit him with that. Excellent. It's kind of a Hail Mary leading shot. It is time for a new transition. Schedule's been a little nutty lately, but it's going to calm down for a little bit, and then it's going to get nutty again, and then it's going to stabilize. So if anything weird winds up happening, I will try to know at least a week ahead of time, so people can plan accordingly. I didn't want to fall there. 93% attack speed, plus 139 health per second, which is, as you may guess, quite a lot. Unfortunately, the enemies don't think so, particularly this far along and at this difficulty. They don't care. Fortunately, we have other buffs. We've got a citrine providing a damage resistance buff. I think I've got adaptation on, so that's providing a buff every time they hit me, and I survive a hit. A resistance buff to whatever damage type they hit me with. Now, if there's an enemy that provides, or attacks with multiple different kinds of status types, yeah, you could have an issue. But between that and me slowing everybody down, it's easy. This looks more trivial than it otherwise would. That's its face. That's its face-ish. Alright, show yourself, mate. I'm waiting for you. Being hurt. There he is. What is doing that? I didn't like that. Did they get him? Yeah, they got him. Cool. So one of the disadvantages of Warframe is it can become a bit of a visual mess because of all the stuff going on. And there's a new quality of life update. Yeah, 300 each? Yeah! That's not too shabby. 2000 endo doesn't really matter, but wow, a bunch of extra secondary dexterities and secondary mercilessness, that's pretty good. Yeah, tell me about it. I know I've harped on, there was this one guy who was doing a audiobook rendition of, I think it was Gwyn Saga, and I was like, awesome, somebody's doing Gwyn Saga, and then it's like, it proceeded to do, like, not only was it an AI reading voice that was not very good, all that often it was pretty bad and stiff and stilted, and then you would go to the next chapter and not know that a transition had occurred. It was also machine translated, and it was stiff. It sucked. Like, I didn't leave a comment on his profile or anything because I'm not that petty, and nothing's worth that kind of effort. I got to scooch. Great games. Feel free to add me. In fact, I will leave anyway. So yeah, I got rather upset, and it, like, I still kind of seethe about that. I'm just like, why would you? Why? Oh god. Speaking of AI voices.
I don't think we should answer that.
Here's what we can do for you.
I want to get a bunch of these because I need them.
Alright, but you owe us.
And I'm going to do the same here.
With these, you may punish our enemies.
That gets us pretty well set for those for now. So I'm going to read the next bit of the quality of life patch notes. In fact, the next 2 or 3 bits, because that was very, very long. Okay, Nightwave changes. Basically, they've just reduced requirements for a lot of the challenges.
Nora is all about incentivizing.
That's the same, that's the same, that's the same. That looks the same. It might have been... No, it was 1,000 steel path enemies, yeah. These all look identical. Oh, the changes aren't kicking in until the next... I think it's not until the next change. The next, quote, season, unquote. Seasons recur, fortunately. The rewards, anyway, do. So Warframe, in terms of doing the whole seasonal pass thing for video games, Warframe has, I've got to turn the music down a smidge, has really got the market cornered on most generous one of those, because you don't have to pay in, you just do it by playing the game. The time frame is extremely generous, it's like 6 months at a whack, and you can get other stuff throughout, it's quite good. So Nightwave changes. Nora Knight has been gracing our airwaves since 2019, and word is she felt it was time for a little refresh. While many of our changes are shipping in our next Nightwave series, as outlined in our dev workshop, which I will not be linking at this time, Abyss of Dagath has brought some changes to keep Nora's acts fun, accessible, and, as always, incentivizing. Revised Nightwave acts. In the 2 years of 4 years, 2 years, geez Louise. In the 4 years of Nightwave history, many acts have come and gone. This update brings revisions to existing Nightwave acts that have been reworked with 2 approaches. A, to reduce grind required to complete some acts, and B, to expand the ways in which players can complete them. Any existing progress on these acts will remain intact. In the case where an act has had its requirements reduced and you already hit the new requirement, you may need to do a single instance of said task to trigger completion. So if you had 10 of 20 enemies killed while sliding, you would have to kill 1 more enemy for it to kick in, because it's been reduced. I'm not going to list all the ones that have been reduced. Suffice it to say... oh, that's a good one. Let's see if I can find some good highlights here that are kind of... everything old is new again. Complete 1 transmutations was 3? I thought the Forma transmutation... Oh, that's the one where you put mods into the thing and get garbage out. That's right. Transmute trash. Let's see... You don't have to complete 6 perfect animal captures anymore. Thank goodness. It's only 3 now. That's glorious. Rare fish, rare gems and ores is now cut in half, so instead of being 6, that's 3. Transmutations is only 1. Those are not hard to do. It just requires credits. Let's see. Invader is down from 9 to 6 now. That's great. When you do invasion missions, those were time consuming. Full or vast residue, you only need 10 instead of 15. That maybe took like 2 outings to get, so that didn't really matter, to be honest. Complete 5 nightmare missions of any type. It's 5 now instead of 10. It used to be. There was another one that looked significant here. Oh, syndicate missions. You only have to do 5 now, not 10. That's glorious. Because that means you don't have to tread on the toes of other syndicates more than you already do. That's phenomenal. Complete 5 syndicate missions. I just read that one. I'm smart. I know where I am. You only have to do 3 bounties now? Oh, yes, thank God. Oh, wait, no, that's only for the Orb Valis. What about the other ones? Tell me it applies to the other ones, too. Oh, please don't just be the, bound... Come on, Control F, Frag. Bounty... Yes, it is down on... Okay, well, it's on Plains of Eidolon and the Orb Valis. I don't see it mentioned for Deimos or the other one, the other place. Whatever. Let's see. You... oh, here we go. Retrieve the Ayatan statue from Maru in Maru's Bazaar. Before, it was fully socket 3 of them. Now you just go out and get one. That's easy. K-Drive races now applies to any of the locations that have K-Drive races. So you can do one on one on another, one on another. That's great. You don't have to do it all in the same place. I don't see why it matters much, to be honest, but it's fine. Kill 20 enemies while riding on a K-Drive. Okay, cool. I forgot that's a thing you can do. Find 5 syndicate medallions. This is a biggie. It no longer has to be you picking it up. It can be anyone picking it up, and it counts. So that's 1 mission and done. Without having to force solo. Let's see. Place decorations. Don't care. Find 6 caches across any sabotage missions. You no longer have to find all 3 in a mission. That's glorious. That's going to reduce time so much. Pickups 15,000 credits. Now mission credit rewards count, so there's a bunch of things you can do in just one go. Not that it was a problem anyway. Let's see, updated Nightwave screen. You can't see it. You'll have to go to the link I posted earlier. Oh, that's cute. It'll pop up with a screen showing like a general overview of the rewards, should you choose to look at it. I would just go into the into there and just look through the list there. So that tells you everything you can get throughout the Nightwave run.
Dream.
Quickly double check to see if I've got all these. Yes. I have to do that occasionally because when they add a new cosmetic to the list and it comes into rotation, I often forget to look. They have not, so it is not a problem.
That's all from me.
Let's, here we go. Break Narmer mission improvements. Calls missions are a great way to earn an extra Archon Shard every week. There is no denying that playing the same 3 Break Narmer missions can get repetitive. No kidding. They have been rather soul-draining to me myself personally. Not enough to get me to quit the game, obviously, but it's pretty soul-draining. I don't do them much anymore. I have not kept up. After looking at community feedback and reflecting on our own experiences after almost a year of this being available, we've prepared some quality of life changes and a few ways to spice up these familiar missions. General quality of life changes. Call see more. Call now has loot and enemy radar. This will allow you to plan your offensive and find key pickups to complete your stock challenges faster. This is phenomenal. Like, this is huge. This is going to make life a lot less miserable. Call go fast. Call's max speed and overall walking speed has been increased. This is good because he is slow. Call earns stock. Added stock pickups to break Narmer missions. 8 to 12 stock pickups will spawn per mission, offering 2 stock each. These will appear on your loot radar and will respawn if the mission is replayed. Extraction is required to earn the picked up stock. So you can farm stock now, I guess, if I'm understanding that correctly, and that's pretty rad. I can't think of too many times when I would do that, but there's definitely some missions where that would be fine, where you can go through them pretty quickly. The problem is it adds in this incentive to just kind of fart around in the mission, which I'm not going to want to do. Expanding Call's garrison. Call will now find additional weapons next to his fallen brothers as a way to add more variety to his overall gameplay. 3 different weapons will spawn randomly each time you play. In Junk Run and Prison Break missions, you can find the following. The Ogress, the Gorvac, which is some new fancy gun that only Call can equip now. That's dumb. The Ignis, the Tonkor, the Grinlock, and the Jat Katag. Oh, you can hit things with a big hammer. Cool. So that'll help at least, because before you're stuck with like this basic SMG thing, and it's the Gurkata, and it's kind of annoying. It's not bad per se in that context, but it's not great. You can't mod any of them though, so you just kind of have to. As for Sneaky Sabotage, since this mission has specific weapon restrictions, there are no plans to offer additional weapons to this mission at this time. That's fine, I guess. Archon Hunt damage attenuation changes. This hurts me. Oh, this hurt me. We are now rereading it in full as opposed to my half-hearted stomach-dropping skimming before. Speaking of earning Archon shards, damage attenuation, or damage pillows, may be a familiar mechanic for those who frequent Archon hunts each week. This was a hot topic, especially near the end of 2022. Since then, we've taken our time to assess player feedback and devise a plan to address it, and we're finally at a place where we can execute it. Damage attenuation is one tool of many to increase enemy difficulty by limiting how much damage they take from player weapons, etc. Our current form of damage attenuation has resulted in many weapons feeling lackluster due to the high attenuation values, and damage output was reduced significantly to balance out the post-attenuation modifiers, meaning that Archon fights felt like a slog if players did not use a limited set of optimal builds. This is not a favorable outcome, so we have made the following changes. Maximum damage caps have increased. This good. Maximum damage per damage instance has been increased. Maximum damage per second has been increased. Our goal to make big hits still feel like big hits, especially for low rate of fire weapons. Our goal is to make, yes, whatever sentence I just read. We're able to reduce the damage cap significantly because of the next change. And this is the one that hurts my soul. Modifiers now apply before damage attenuation. Critical multipliers and other modifiers applying post-damage cap allowed for many of the one-shot builds to function. And for full transparency, we want to prevent one-shot Archon builds as much as possible. By changing where these modifiers apply, we can increase the damage caps to a much less punishing level for players. The practical upshot of this build is now dead. It is gone. It has been shot in the legs. It is irrelevant. I'm still probably going to use it because I am very stubborn. But it is no longer a one-tap solution to each phase. This saddens me because while it was not super reliable because you had to get a bunch of things to line up in your favor to make it work at maximum effectiveness, it was very worthwhile when it kicked in. And it has kicked in on stream a couple times. And I've also fucked it up pretty badly. Several times. So, our goals with these changes are to increase player damage output, thereby reducing overall time to kill for Archons, because if you go in there with people who aren't prepared to fight them properly, it's just absolute drudgery. It takes forever. Make big hits feel impactful by no longer throttling them to such an extreme degree. Sure. And encourage overall build diversity for Archon hunts, as well as reduce the ability to use one-shot builds. We're excited to see what Archon hunts look like for players with these changes in the live build! Now that these changes have been released, we'll be keeping a close eye on player feedback and the resulting time to kill for Archons to see if further iteration is needed. They've got a subform for that. Okay. So let me... they've removed flawed mods. Sort of. They have sort of removed flawed mods. They're kind of here. In fact, let's grab a couple right now. And let me put the equip the router so I can actually get progress on that at some point in the near future. So I've got to go to the Iron Wake real quick. Don't talk. Don't talk.
Mine.
Stop talking. Thank you.
His voice is shrill, except he doesn't roll his R's. So he's not very cultured. He's just annoying. I don't like him very much.
Don't worry, we'll be killing him.
We will remove him.
We will extirpate him from the Jupiter sphere. Where's the person I need to go to for this? Cressatel, whoever the hell that is. Frag doesn't know. Are you joking? Oh, don't sod it now. I've no bloody clue at all, mate. I don't know where these people are. Are you kidding? I'm gonna guess it's where the crowd is. Hello, crowd. Yup. That's where the crowd is. So you have to buy these again. But they're cheap. Sort of. Really? I can't, I didn't know there were so many of these, to be honest, that were flawed. I don't think I have a flawed Smite Grenier. There's not really any reason to have a flawed mod. Ever. But we're gonna do it, because it's how we roll. And because there are only some amount of credits, so it's not really a big deal. We're gonna be here a minute. We have a lot of credits to burn. We have... Actually, we only have 27,254,892 credits. That's low-ish, depending on your perspective. I did not know there were flawed versions of half of these. Mostly because I got out of places where I would get flawed mods ever. So we're doing this because we're a hemi-completionist. I would stop short at calling myself a mastery collector, but that's because mods don't apply to that. It's sort of an interesting idea, I guess, making it so that having a mod, just the base version, would grant you some tiny amount of mastery points. Somebody's got a noisy critter in the background. I don't know what it is, but it's making noise. So, flawed mods are basically gone. They don't drop from anywhere. You can get them here. They're for credits. Once you have the non-flawed versions of mods, you have exactly zero reason to ever use these. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. We're getting them so that we can bloat our pool and make the servers cry, is what we're doing. Making the server cry is maybe not an honorable goal, but it is, I suppose, a goal. It's like DDoSing. There aren't many excuses to do that behavior, to exhibit that kind of behavior, but when you find one, usually it means you should probably find something better to do with your time, like touch grass, as the kids are fond of saying nowadays. There's a lot more that I have to get. Okay, cool. We're not even halfway through. Well, that one build that only works because, A, I understand some of the basics, some of the more obnoxiously arcane interactions that occur, and because I got some help and tips. People pushed me onto that, but it's only that one build and then like 5 others that are also applicable that use some similar logic. But it's not that big a deal. I'm sad that it happened. It's probably for the best because honestly, the times where that particular trying to use that build and then the other people on the team aren't really cooperating to let you take full advantage of it that's also soul destroying. So hopefully this will just mean people bring their big bang shooty guns and it'll just end the mission faster anyway. I suppose I could do a run after all this, but I am running out of time. I have less than half an hour before I gotta sprint elsewhere. And I have a lot more quality of life patch notes to fiddle with. Yeah, it's somebody's cosmic space ghost horse. That's what the noise is. That's why I don't recognize it, and also why it's kind of annoying. It keeps popping up on the side right there. I wish it would stop. Thanks, idle animations. Almost there. 2/3 of the way done. I wish I could sort by owned, and that would reduce the list every one I picked up, but no, not for this menu. They'll probably get that in the next hotfix. Somebody will be like, is there a reason? And they'll be like, oh, wow, I've actually blown through like 2 million credits doing this. That's kind of crazy to comprehend. I will never have to do it again. That's cool. Completionism. Is your Skinnerian reward response kicking in? Are you getting those delicious endorphins? Popping you in the mouth? Brain? Whatever. Is your internal chemistry in turmoil? Welcome to RF Skinner's Happy Hour. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. I am painfully aware that I am being manipulated. Not appreciated, but at least Warframe tends to respect my time more than a lot of others. That's why I keep coming back. Is it perfect? No. Oh god, no. Their game design by Accretion is not... It's showing the strain, let's say. But, what do you mean the transact? Oh, you know what? I would bet you anything. The reason it popped up with that window is because I have done X number of transactions in Y amount of time, and it's saying there's a fraud alert. If it does it again, yep, I better back off because I am not going to put that one to the test. I am not putting that to the test. That is, oof. You can have serious problems if you really try that one too hard. I should have done like a row or two. Okay, so other notes and changes. Flawed mods, they're basically gone. Same goes for Mark 1 and Mark 1 weapons. Mark 1 weapons are still very much purchasable from the in-game market for credits, but they are not rewarded from the mission they used to come from anymore. Now it just gives you the regular version, not the Mark 1. The Mark 1 is just an inferior stat-wise version, so there's not much point in using them other than for the mastery they provide, which is why they kept them around. Oh, here we go. As flawed mods are being removed, we want to ensure that new players can still create their early builds and equip mods onto their equipment. Since normal mods have a higher drain than their flawed variants, we're approaching this problem in 2 ways. Firstly, we've added 90,000 bonus affinity to the completion of the Vor's Prize quest. Cool, that's nice. split up across 6 missions. Each mission earns players an additional 15,000 affinity upon first completion only, so it would not apply to anyone replaying it. I do not want that menu
All
up.
accounted for.
Go in here again. There we go. With the extra affinity earned throughout Vor's Prize, we have removed the ability for players to attempt mastery rank tests until they have completed the quest. That's probably a good idea. Because mastery tests generally, if you fail them, they lock you out for 24 hours, I think it is, or until the next day cycle. The next day ticks over, which sounds bad, and at one point in time was kind of onerous and a pain. But as soon as they added the ability to practice tests in the player hubs, it stopped being an issue because you just practice ahead of time. Of course, I don't think the game really tells you much of that, and if you're speed clicking through things, you're not going to know. Let's see. Secondly, we've reduced the base drain for a few core mods by 2. This will allow these mods to fit into early game builds more easily, but also has the benefit of reducing their overall drain at all ranks. Here are the mods that have been reduced from a drain of 4 to 2 at rank 0. Fast Deflection now has a max drain of 7 instead of 9. Redirection, new max drain of 12 instead of 14. Enemy Sense is down to 7 instead of 9, and Continuity is down to 7 instead of 9. I'm happy for Enemy Sense, but I don't know why it was included over others. But Continuity being reduced to 7 cost is phenomenal. This does not apply, sadly, to Primed Continuity, so Primed Continuity has a little less value as a result. It's still very good. Mark I weapons along the lines of flawed mods, the less powerful Mark I variants of the Bratton, Pyrus, Kunai, and Bow have been removed from the Vor's Prize quest. Now new players will be presented with the normal variants of these weapons. However, all of the weapons are still available for purchase with credits in the markets. I am going to ignore the early game inbox and junction adjustments. They don't matter. They're not that big a deal, I don't feel. It just makes it easier to get through junctions as an early game player, which is good, Don't get me wrong. Improving the new player experience is phenomenal. That's what a lot of these do, and that's very good. We need that. The problem is it doesn't explain things well still. That's been the problem more than anything else. Universal enemy radar. Players now have a universal enemy radar set to 30 meters to help new players navigate through their missions. Warframe is more fun when you know where your foes are, and we felt that this important mechanic no longer needed to be tied to in-game progression. Existing enemy radar mods will simply add to the base enemy radar values. This is good. Not crucial, but it's a good quality of life thing, which is what most of these patch notes are, is all tons and tons of quality of life. So much. Some of it I think is better than others, but most of it I think it's some of it makes the game maybe more easy than it needs to, but it's generally good. It doesn't hurt much. That one fringe one-shotting thing excluded. Quest improvements, it's basically just for the Areli quest, is the big one. It makes it easier to make headway on, because the game doesn't tell you how to do any of the tricks that it wanted you to do. So you have to look that stuff up. And it looks like they didn't fix that, but they did change what the requirements are, so it's easier. We're going to just ignore that for now. Solaris, anything interesting here? Reduce enemy level so it's more manageable. Blast Gambit. Reduce the duration of rounds, that's fine. Nata. Reduced MR requirement, that's cool, I guess. Elden Auto build time reduced from 10 minutes to 1 minute, cool. Same for Limbo blueprint craft times. And reduced proof fragments, that's great. And some hints. Let's see, assassination target improvements. With the grind reduction we did on quests, we also took a moment to look at certain assassination targets as well. Our goals were to reduce the overall time to complete some of these fights and improve waypointing where possible. And the bosses affected are Ambulus, Vahek, and Tilregor. Vahek and Tilregor are, or Rigor, however it's pronounced, have invulnerability phases. Tilregor here, the big change here is cute. The waypoint on Tilregor, where you'd plant a waypoint on him and it would follow him, and when he disappears after the damage phase, you will see the he hides behind a door that you can't open. Basically. So they've removed the waypoint when he disappears. You have to re-waypoint him. What they've done, though, is they've also added waypoint markers to Mannix while they're active, so you'll see where they are instead of being like, where's this stupid thing going to show up? Let's see, Vahek now has reduced invulnerability period. It used to be 10 seconds, now it's 6. That's great. They boosted the maximum damage received before becoming invulnerable again from 25% to 35%. That's good. Vahek is one of the most obnoxious boss fights in the entire game to this day. Even if you know how to do trickery like what I was doing for Archon fights, it's very, very annoying. It's not hard, it's just a bloody nuisance. Ambulus, though, probably has the bulk of the changes here. Reduced round timer from 120 to 90 seconds. Reduced required number of hacked Ambulus goes down to 3 for single-player squads, 4 for 2-player squads, and 4 for 3 and 4-player squads. Down from 4, 5, and 6, respectively. So that is going to make those go much faster. They were rather tedious. Not hard, but tedious. Let's see, Cetus Wisp and Necromech acquisition changes. Cetus Wisps, which are these annoying collectible items that you have to get for for building certain things on the plains of Eidolon, usually hiding by water sources, no longer disappear. What would happen before is you'd jump near it, and if you didn't get it, it would spot you in heavy air quotes and basically float away. This made it really annoying for other people if you were going around the map very efficiently on your pre-planned route for where to get them, and they would just kind of, you know, not necessarily be in the same spot. They may have patched that at some point where they would remain, but if you went by it thinking you picked it up but didn't actually and had to double back to get it, it might float away and you couldn't get it. It was really annoying, but they've removed that now, so that's good. Hopefully that applies to the things in Cambion Drift, whatever those were called. Actually, those I think stuck around anyway. I don't remember now. No, they floated, didn't they? I don't remember. Anyway, they've changed Necromech crafting. Void Rig crafting costs have been updated to require Cambion Drift resources only, which I'm sort of 50-50 on. Mostly it's okay, because it required substantial amounts of resources you got from the Orb Valis and so I think some fish components from other places as well. So now it's all just stuff there, so it's easier to get, or more straightforward anyway. You can concentrate your farming runs. They also added damaged Necromech components to Lloyd's store for purchase. I am bopping a finger on my desk for emphasis, because that makes the grind a lot less miserable. Players can purchase damaged Necromech casings, engines, pods, and weapon pods from the Necroloid Syndicate at rank 1 for 2,500 standing each. With the number of components needed to build your Necromech, the drop tables may not always be in your favor. Similar to Varuna and Citrine, we are adding the ability to purchase missing components directly from a vendor as a way to offset the grind. This is a good thing. In fact, I'm going to swing by there to see what my progress on building a backup... let me actually double check to see if I've already got a Citrine put in here. I should probably find out. Shubby Wubby, this is a good boy, he's a hungry boy. Where are you? Yeah, it's Fractured Blast, right? Yeah. And I still need another Corvo. Fractured Blast. So I do not have a Citrine input yet. Let me double check. my citrine here. It is literally just the neuroptics. Okay, fantastic. That was a sarcastic fantastic. Fantastic sarcastic. Here's Deimos, it moves, and we want to go to there, and we want to go to Otak.
I was damaged. Deimos damaged me. Deimos damages everything. Well... Hoot. Citrine was a Warframe! You know what that means? Warframes were real!
Extremely annoying character. Sorry, I do not enjoy the claptrap types. We're actually pretty close to being able to afford a full citrine build. I don't know why it says 2N. Oh, it's counting the unbuilt citrine neuroptics. That's cute. I didn't know it did that. Very cute. Probably the best thing to come out of this is the chlorophyll. And citrine itself. Citrine herself is phenomenal. Citrine herself is really good. She doesn't scale stupendously well, but she doesn't scale poorly either. She's good, is what I'm saying. Okay, so we need that. That means I think we have all but one component that we need, right? Yeah, we're just shy, I think. Yeah, because this one costs 350, 350, and this one, if it was 300, 350, and this was 350, 300, it'd be more affordable. But of course, it's not. Why, the system's blueprint requires 50 less of the Belric crystal fragments. I have no flaring clue. I have no idea. I don't know why. Why? Just a little OCD. Don't worry about it. Did they forget to type a digit? I don't know. The Belric crystal fragments, by the way, are the ones that are the second in rotation, so that's probably why. I do eventually want to get some of these, because some of these are quite good. This winds up being great on any very high magazine size weapon. Unless it's a percent based on not individual round, but total. No, it's individual round, that's why it's good. That one's not that great. That one I probably want to max out at some point as well, but we can wait. So yeah, I need to do like maybe one more solid run of like 5 rounds or so, if that. And I will probably have that dealt with. So that's good. Citrine will be done. I am going to actually fast travel to Daughter real quick to make sure I have the Nabarus treats. I'm pretty sure I do.
Been in the family for generations.
Yes.
I can't just give them away.
I have that. I have that. I have that. I have that. New stuff was mostly glyphs. I forget where they are. They're in here somewhere. I don't know. It was cosmetic stuff. What was the other cosmetic thing? It was a cosmetic skin of some kind. I think it was the Gamacor Day of the Dead skin, maybe. I think that was last year. I don't remember. Doesn't matter.
Until next
Got them all.
time.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Got them all. Okay, so now UI updates. And for these, I'm going to have to go into my menu. So the big one they added is... geez, this is going to take forever. I have 7 minutes to get through all of this. Cool. Excellent. Splendid. Spectacular. Can I do any of these in mission? it's not telling me. What I can try to do is go in, because we're a man. There's a faster way to do this. This will put us right where we need to be.
The multitude of creatures you have
Also, I think I have to pick up standing with him anyway, so it's fine.
If they could.
He's rather malevolent. He's of dubious moral standing. You have completed the synthesis. Please stop coming towards my screen.
And I will have a new target for you.
Yes, can I skip that? Thanks.
Splendid.
Simulacrum. That's right, they have two different ones now. Cool. We'll do this one. Let us see, and God knows we're covered in enough bright colors. Options, accessibility, is that in here? It's in here. Yeah. Hold, yeah. Repeated button presses, we'll put on hold. Aha, no, that's colorblind. No. Enemy highlights. Ally highlights. Self highlights. So, you can turn on self highlights. We can turn on ally highlights. Oh, do I have to? I have to crank it up. It doesn't have to be that high. This will make every ally glow blue a little bit, so it's going to take visual customization, kind of kicking the junk, but it's fine. So, for enemy highlights, disadvantage of making them all bright red is that I won't know when the actual bright red enemies show up, which is, you know, maybe not great. Turn that down to 50. I'm not going to adjust the coloration for now. Actually, no, I should, because some things are blue. So I need to change that. No, I can't do it to green because that's... Ah, jeez, I'm about to do something awful. Like make all enemies bright pink. Don't do it, Frag. Leave it as blue for now. Leave it on the default. So now we can have highlights. We'll save real quick and back out. We're going to make some new baddies. Apparently I haven't fully scanned those. I've got to fix that. I don't want to do combos. Let's just do Manic Bombard, why not? And we wanted at enemy level, go get blanked. That's very, very high. And yeah, Steel Path, you bet.
And here you can see enemies doing serious damage.
Also see shield gating come into effect. I'm going to pause the enemy AI real quick. So you can see they're all glowing red now. Pause AI, thank you. Listen. Don't shoot at that, you're paused. When you pause them, you don't get accurate results, by the way. To anybody who's ever used the simulacrum and has done it with paused stuff and wondered why it didn't work very well in practice, it's because they're like getting a, they didn't notice you damage. You're getting a invisibility damage buff among other things. So I'm doing bucket loads of damage to them right now, and I otherwise would not be doing as much. Anyway, so that's a thing. I can make that less intense. I might actually turn that off because I'm not sure that I need it. I might leave it on for a little while just to see if I can grow accustomed to it. Where is the... There it is. The enemies you face in Warframe tend to be well themed to their tile sets. While this adds visual cohesion to the game, it also means that your foes can sometimes blend into the landscape. To improve enemy and ally visibility, we've added a new character highlighting section to our accessibility menu. With this new system, players can now apply highlight on both enemies and allies, with a variety of customization options. Whether you want to improve avatar visibility or simply turn them a fun color, or both, you will be able to select the hue and intensity to your liking through the various settings. So you can see them listed there when I actually go to the menu. There we go. Wow, that's pretty bright. And I have that turned down to... Let's crank that up. Yeah, let's blind ourselves every time we play the game. I'm amazed that I've survived at 100%. I should crank that way down. But then I won't know what's going on, so gotta have that there. Yeah. Anyway, so it's this list. It does pretty much what they say on the tin. Let's get our window back up here. Enemy highlight. Yeah. Okay, so this applies to companions as well, which is nice. Interacting with the color intensity options will preview the effect on your Warframe in the menu screen, giving you an idea of what it'll look like in mission. This is a big deal, but like not for me, but it's going to change a bunch of stuff in terms of how you visually interact with the game, and I'm sort of 50-50 on it. I'm going to play with it on for a while and see how it goes. Conservation accessibility and QOL improvements. There's more icons on the map. There's like glows that show where the thing is going to show up, and then better waypointing, basically. I'm having to summarize some of this. Auto melee, what section is that under? I want to try that. With auto melee, I would assume that's under accessibility, right? It is not. So I'm going to go to controls, maybe? Let's see if that's where it is. Auto swap, melee auto targeting, camera tracks melee target, line of text. Oh good, I did turn that off finally. Sort of embarrassing. That electric shocking sound is going to drive me very steadily insane. I am going to remove enemies real quick. Oh, they're not gone. How do I clear the room? Kill enemies. There we go. Much better. Okay. What does it say here? Options. Auto melee. Players can trigger melee swings through familiar repeated melee inputs. Why doesn't it tell me where they are? They're adding a perfect heavy attack system. I don't know how I feel about that. But I guess you can do automatic heavy melee as well. Where do I turn that option on is my question. Do not tell me. I would think it would be in here. That's where I would put it. Unless they made it a separate keybind? As you can see, I have melee attack bound to E and mouse wheel down. Heavy melee is mouse 4. It's easier to hit. Huh. I'm not blind, right? You're not seeing it? Melee with fire weapon input isn't it. It might not be controller, I don't think. System. I'm gonna go double check under accessibility, see if it's there, and I just am blind, I don't know how to. Because it's not that, that's for contextual actions. Code line filter, visual fast, reduce refinement, enable screen shank. We have that off for obvious reasons. Nice HUD colors, show subtitles, enable HUD motion. I thought I turned that off. Interface maybe? Shouldn't be interface. Is it just on by default? Alright. It's on by default, and I've been mashing the button this entire time. Wild. Okay, cool. I no longer need to have mouse wheel down bound to melee. So they're gonna have timed heavy attacks, so I'm just holding a button down for this. I wish they improved melee weapon interaction where you could just open with a heavy. Like right now I'm doing the heavy melee attack and it won't do it until I do this. Now I can do heavies. But now I can't. Not overly thrilled with that, but it's fine. So there's auto melee now. I don't know how to turn that off, though. Oh, this mechanic has been released as a permanent functionality of the melee system as we've designed this so that both individual input and auto melee can coexist without issue. Okay. So you can hold down the button or just tap the button and it won't really matter because they all have timings for special attacks and whatnot. They added on this thing. Which should show a... Is it only on the frame then? No, it's under the upgrade screen. I'm not crazy. I guess only when it's, let me equip colorful. Should show it now. Oh, there we go. It's just right there. Every pellet that hits increases the wielder's melee combo count. Yeah, so it'll tell you what the unique trait is in the menu. This didn't used to be there. You had to look at the equip description on the right-hand side, which stank. What else do we got here? Updated reticles reaction when hitting hedge. Oh, that's what that red glow was. I thought that was somebody's power. Okay. Using red enemy highlights is probably going to make that harder to do then. Players can now see how many open slots they own when hovering over an item. That's cool. Okay, the biggie. And I am now over time budget, but I'll just plow through this. Because this is Hewig. Hewig. This is colossal. This is massive. This is the real deal. Companions. Love them, hate them, wonder why they exist. Companion Rework Phase 1. This section covers the following topics in order. Companion Immortality, Companion Stat Changes, Companion Healing, Companion Mod Changes and Additions, and more. Your furry, robotic, fleshy, and everything in between pals have received a rework. Read on to learn how the way you use mods. Oh, there's a comma there. Read on to learn how the way you use, mod, and interact with your companions has changed in this first phase of the companion system overhaul. Our high-level objectives for this companion rework are: 1. Make companions a more viable for high-level gameplay by making them immortal. They were not immortal before, with the exception of Vulpaphilas, which were. Companions can no longer die. This avoids frustrating scenarios when you are relying on your companions to provide some feature or bonus, only to have them get removed from play. The base stats of companions have also been increased significantly to help them in difficult missions. Number 2. Introduce more interactive mods that offer ways to play alongside your companion, instead of it being mostly autonomous like a Spectre. 3. Changes to many companion mods, mostly to support the first 2 goals of removing death states and improving basic survivability. Some mods were inconsistent in their naming or stats, and we've improved this. We have rebalanced some mods that players felt were not good enough, or ones that we've observed are so good that they are considered essential. Companion Immortality. We've all seen the memes with people giving their companions funny names, only to see the message over and over every few minutes, "Your companion has died." Dying Kavats and Kubros have been demanding attention on your HUD, and spontaneously combusting sentinels have been robbing you of your vacuum and animal instinct for years. All that changes with this update. Going forward, companions will still have health and shield values, and they can be knocked out, but they will not die if you fail to revive them. When they reach 0 health, companions will instead become incapacitated for a base duration of 60 seconds. All companions will automatically revive at the end of their incapacitate period, and there is no limit to the number of times this can happen. Upon reviving, all companions have 5 seconds of invulnerability to get back on their feet safely, instead of being stun-locked and murdered again every single time. This is good. These are good. Here are the specifics to how each companion behaves while incapacitated. Kavats, Kubros, Moas, and Predacites will now collapse on the ground and can be optionally manually revived to get them back into action quicker. Sentinels cannot be manually revived, but they will fly along with you in a damaged state while performing their automatic self-revive. Vulpaphilas have their usual tricks instead, while they morph into a sentinel-like state for a short period and then recover. Korra's Venari still uses its usual behavior of temporarily disappearing if defeated, but you can override its timeout by spending energy to cast her Venari ability. Worth noting is that Vacuum and Animal Instinct work while the companion is incapacitated. With incapacitation, companions can now recover from being downed in arbitration missions, instead of staying dead for the duration of the mission. This is another good thing. Several mods have been modified or introduced that also change when or how your companion deals with incapacitation. See the Companion Mod Changes and Additions section below for specifics. Basically what they've done, companion stat changes for in broad, our health, shield, and armor values have been refactored across the board. On average, you are looking at a base change of everything but armor, well actually no, armor too, of at least 100%. Everything's health is doubled. In many cases, it is greater than tripled. Yes, it is tripled across the board or more. Let's see. To give some perspective, for a Huras Kubro, which is a dog thing, they used to be 150 health at base, 125 shield, and 250 armor. This is now bumped up to 560 health, 490 shield, and 200 armor. These are big numbers. Let's see. Sentinel stats aren't boosted quite so much. That's more like a 100% increase to everything bar armor, which is lowish. That's like another 30% increase, so call it 50%. Generally, all their armor goes up to like 80 in most cases, with the exception of Shade Prime, which is still at 100. And Worm Prime is also 150 armor. They don't really care about armor because they're so squishy, but now that they come back, it matters quite a bit. So yeah, taking Helios Prime as an example, because it's one I use. 700 health now, from 250 used to be. 200 shield from 100 shield, and 100 armor from 100 armor. Not a huge boost, but it's enough. They are rather more durable. This won't matter on Steel Path, I don't think, but it's going to make mods change. Speaking of mods changing, wow, mods have changed. So, you know that list of abilities that conditionally worked on things, but not totally, but maybe sometimes kind of did? So there are a bunch of buffing abilities from Warframes that would affect companions a bit, but not as much as they would your frame. That's been changed. Now there's no restrictions at all. They just work, as far as I can tell here. Let's see, let's read their exact verbiage here. Previously, the mod Link Health could cause your companions to gain some of the healing that your Warframe did. This invisible feature was not indicated by the card, and it was never explained what forms of healing worked or why. Additionally, also, companions had such low health pools that you barely noticed half the time. Additionally, companions were using some of the same mechanics that things like mission objectives did, which limited the effects of some healing or defensive powers. We've decided to remove both of these obscure mechanics and restrictions. Companions will no longer gain health when your Warframe does if using certain health-absorbing powers together with the mod Link Vitality. Formerly Link Health. The restrictions of the following abilities and features, as they apply to granting health, shields, or damage resistance to companions, have been removed. The restrictions have been removed. Neja's Warding Halo, Trinity's Blessing, Ember's Immolation, Garuda's Blood Altar, Gara's Splinter Storm, Styanax's Intrepid Stand, Mirage's Eclipse, Volt's Discharge, Baruch's Desolate Hands, Harrow's Penance, Harrow's Thurible, Equinox's Mend and Maim, Sancti Magistar's Heavy Attack Heal, and Vazarin's Protective Sling. These all now work on companions at full effect every time. Changes to existing mods. It's too long a list for me to go after. Suffice it to say, any stat boosting mods for survivability have been tweaked. The big change is for the Link mods, Link Health, Link Shields, and Link Armor. So Link Health has been renamed to Link Vitality and changed from a max of 165% of your Warframe's health shared with companions to a max 125% shared health, because now it does matter what Warframe you use, basically, as opposed to what mods you have equipped. I think it's only base, or is it? No, it is your max health. And that applies to all of those. Where's the other one? So revives for Sentinels. Let me turn the music down a smidge here. No, that's fine. I can talk over that. Regen has been changed significantly. Because your Sentinels no longer die after reaching 0 health, Regen instead reduces the incapacitation time of your Sentinel by 20 seconds, down from 60. So they normally take 60 seconds to regen, but now they'll take 40, and provides 10 seconds of invulnerability after reviving. Primed regen provides an even greater benefit. Incapacitation time is reduced by 35 seconds, so now they're only down for 25 seconds with Prime regen, which is great. And provides 10 seconds of invulnerability after reviving. Sacrifice still allows your Sentinel to automatically revive you. However, the Sentinel now goes into incapacitation instead of being destroyed. It adds 15 seconds to your Sentinel's incapacitation time, however. So that's mostly mitigated by primed regen, basically. Repair Kit has been changed from providing your Sentinel with 6 health per second to 18 health per second. There's a bunch of fringe cases like Jin's Reawaken, which now reduces their incapacitation time by 6 seconds for each energy orb you pick up. And they will revive with an additional 300 points of overshield for each collected orb. That's cute. Because it needed something to stand out. Let's see. Self-destruct has been modified. Formerly, this would cause Sentinels to cause 600 blast damage in an 18-meter radius on death. Now Sentinels cause radial damage on incapacitation instead. So the same basic idea, except they don't die. Let's see. Oh, they changed The Parazon mod Hard Reset changed from instantly reviving your companion if you achieved 3 mercy kills within 40 seconds, to reducing your companion's incapacitation time by 15 seconds each mercy kill. We found that this was fairly difficult to achieve, no kidding. Changing it to allow incremental progress makes it more reliably beneficial to use. Fired Up has its description changed and makes more sense to use. Fired Up has been both improved and simplified. Previously, this would require that your Sentinel has been shooting continuously for some period of time, and then added a heat damage multiplier. This has been changed so that the Sentinel gains a 5% bonus heat damage on every weapon hit up to 100%. This bonus resets after 5 seconds if the Sentinel has not landed a hit during that time. This mod was difficult to understand and only worked if the Sentinel weapon already did some amount of heat damage. The mechanics are now more intuitive, and the bonus applies the same way adding a mod would, so your Sentinel's weapon doesn't need to already do heat damage to benefit. And Spare Parts, which is the one where if your Sentinel went boom, you got random item drops, material drops. Previously, Spare Parts would cause Sentinels to drop rare materials on death. This mod now causes your Sentinel to mark an enemy for 5 seconds, choosing a new target every 15. Killing the marked enemy increases their loot drop chance by 200%. So definitely bring that to loot farms now. That's good. And there's a massive laundry list of new companion mods which you can get from the various open world town hub areas. And basically they mostly add ways to revive them faster. But there's like, I don't know, 20 of them now. Or 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, which is like 20 if you took 20 and removed 6 from it. Let's see. Removed notifications for when other players' companions are downed. That's nice to reduce HUD noise. You'll now only get notified of your own companion. Your companion now has its very own icon in the HUD. Let's see. Companions can't be staggered anymore. That's cool. And then the Hydroid rework, which, you know what, we'll deal with next week because I am out of time. I have to run. We will deal with the Hydroid rework next week, and hopefully maybe I'll get Dagath as well. I have to leave. I'm going to go to the Orbiter. Suffice it to say, he's been changed quite a bit. His damage types have been shifted more to do corrosive damage. His tentacles are now more practical in that when they grab an enemy, they just kind of hold them up in the air, as opposed to holding them in the air and then slapping them around. Which looked great, it was hilarious, but it made it damn near impossible to do anything to them because your tentacles do next to no damage, and more to the point, which meant you had to shoot the enemy in order to get the benefit from pilfering tentacles. Let me get out my, no, that's not what I want. Hide. Abilities here. Shut up. Tentacle Swarm, they used to slap them on the ground, and it was really annoying. But now they don't. With Pilfering Swarm, which increases your drop chance. So now it's much easier to shoot them while they're up there. It's a good CC ability. The big change is they removed his 3 where he turned into a puddle. We'll talk about that later. His passive also now, he has a passive that's worth something. Before, his passive would be you generate a tentacle sometimes on heavy melee attacks or on slam attacks. Now that no longer happens. It was incredibly impractical because enemies get knocked away from slam attacks, so the tentacle will be there, and it's like, okay, you made a tentacle good for you. It doesn't actually do anything because it can't hit the enemy now because they're way over there because you knocked them away. Now it basically makes it so that with corrosive damage, he can basically strip enemy armor, period. It increases the corrosive damage armor strip value, so he's quite good now for armor stripping. So he's like Grineer public enemy number 1 now, which is great. I'm very happy about that. I have yet to put him through his paces because it literally just dropped today. With that, I've got to run. Thanks for tuning in, everyone who tuned in. I have to run. I will be back next Wednesday, I hope. For more of this. I know it's been a couple-week break doing Armored Core 6, banging out Armored Core 6, but we've now gotten through all 3 endings of that to my satisfaction. And I will just play that game on my own now, probably most of the time. I do other streams throughout the week. I've got a Mecha Mondays stream where I do something giant robot related or mecha adjacent. I don't know what I'm doing next week. I haven't figured it out yet. Whatever, we'll figure it out. Warframe Wednesdays where I do stream Warframe for a couple hours. I'm generally making Wednesdays a float day where it's not guaranteed to be Warframe, but we'll do that for the next couple weeks. And then Free Read Fridays where I read short stories and indeed entire novels aloud. Right now we are a couple short stories deep into Oceanic, the short story collection by Greg Egan. If you like some extremely cutting-edge science fiction with enough math to make your brain itch in the best, worst way possible, check that out. Oh God, please get more than 5 hours of sleep. Don't stay up so late. Don't stay up late on my account. I mean, or get sleep where you can. Sleep well. Thanks for tuning in. You did not need to. I do not want to interrupt people's sleep schedules. I'm sorry, Australians. I'm so sorry. And people living, in that time zone. The Asian time zone, 13 hours ahead, give or take. Yeah. I usually start around 12 noon Eastern Standard Time, East Coast US time, which I realize is not ideal for literally anyone. But that's when I have time. That may change. If it does change, I will tell people. You will know. I will have to remember to change stream descriptions at that point, which I probably will forget to do. But hopefully we won't. Okay, I've got to run. Thanks for tuning in. Stay safe, stay sane. Be decent to each other. See y'all next time.
Oh yeah, I'm being woke and preachy by saying to be decent to each other. Unwoke people say be mean.
Right? Is that how that works? I don't really understand. Can somebody please stop trying to change the definition of woke for 5 seconds? Thank you. No, it's not the left changing the name. I'm sorry. No, it's not us. It's not us. We're not the ones doing it. We're not the ones changing the definition. I am making banging noises. We're not the ones doing it. I assure you, we don't care that much. Anyway, I will